somebody knows the answer to this question. What is Jean Valjean's prison number in the novel Les Mis? And we are going to check in with Brian this morning via Zoom. Hey, Brian, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right, do you know the prison number?
24601.
The man is correct.
Wow. Damn good.
Well done, sir. I want you to stay right there because we're going to set you up. Like I said, we're going to give you those tickets. We have a pair as MMR rocks Whitney Cummings at the Miller Theater, Saturday, November 22nd. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com. We've got all the info there. At the box office this weekend, Marvel's Thunderbolts debuted to a healthy $76 million, making it the number one movie in the country. Followed that up with Sinners in the second place. Minecraft movie was third, and rounding out the top five, we have The Accountant 2 in fourth, and Until Dawn coming in at fifth place.
You know, I thought The Accountant 2 would do a little bit better on its release. I think it released at number 2, its opening weekend, and that movie is played, the original The Accountant, is played constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are you going to rush to the theater to see it, Steve?
That's a good question.
I think that's where people are nowadays. Like, just personally, I'm not. I'll wait till it's on TV and I'll wait till it gets home.
I know it's sad that's kind of where we're at. You know what I mean?
Well, they're trying now, at least working with the theater companies. They're trying to re-extend the amount of time before something makes it to streaming to sort of induce business back into the theaters. Just for that reason, if you know it's going to be viewable at home in about a month, you're going to hang.
Ultimately, what's holding them back is the ticket prices and concession prices. So, like, I don't know. Can't you just lower the prices? I mean,
that ain't going to happen. Well,
then they're not going to see the returns that they want. It's just as simple as that. People don't have the money they don't have $100 to go to the movies as a family or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we can't dice it out right now, gang. We'll figure it out eventually. All right, the Met Gala 2025 is happening tonight. This year's theme, Superfine, tailoring black style, and it pays tribute to the artistry and legacy of black dandyism, drawing from fashion, photography, and history.
So I'm going to have to leave early. I have to get ready for tonight.
You do, yes. Expect
I'm very excited.
Sharp tailoring, bold statements, and celebs' personal twist. The official dress code is, quote, tailored for you. As always, the star-studded fundraiser takes place at the Met, Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, kicking off the Costume Institute's latest exhibition. The red carpet begins around 4:30 this afternoon, and while the inside of the event is famously phone-free, fans can tune into Vogue's live stream at 6 p.m., and you can catch all the new arrivals.
So I was reading all the security measures going into place for this thing, and it is extensive. Like, they are actually shutting down subway stops that are close to it for fear of any sort of attack. And I mean, they've quadrupled the police presence. Huh. Yeah, they're going crazy.
Teyana Taylor, Lala Anthony, and Ego Nwodum are set to host this year's live stream. The co-chairs include Coleman Domingo, A$AP Rocky, Pharrell Williams, Lewis Hamilton, and the ever-present Anna Wintour, with LeBron James joining as honorary chair. The guest list is a who's who from fashion, art, music, and beyond. Think Usher, Janelle Monáe, Ayo Edebiri, Spike Lee, and more. So that's today.
They got LeBron James because the Lakers lost in the first round.
Right.
He's available.
I'd like to see them adopt the NFL approach, and at the end of it all, dump a bucket of Gatorade on Anna Wintour.
That'd be great. In an emotional BBC interview, Prince Harry said that he was devastated by the UK court's ruling to deny his appeal for automatic police security, calling it a good old-fashioned establishment stitch-up. And he revealed that his father, King Charles, won't speak to me, he said, because of this security stuff. He said, I would love reconciliation with my family. There's no point continuing to fight anymore. And he said, life is precious. We might have a clip, Grace, if you could take a peek at that and see if we can play that of Prince Harry talking about King Charles.
Do you think
Charles.
to the point where if they're in a room, he'll say, would you please tell my son?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And they're just speaking through other people.
Life is precious. I don't know how much longer my father has. He won't speak to me because of this security stuff. But it would be nice to reconcile.
So he said that the dispute over security was always the sticking point and claimed the royal household influenced their decision. He said everybody knew that they were putting us at risk in 2020, and they hoped that me knowing that risk would force us to come back. And he said the prince stated the ruling impacts his ability to safely visit the UK and show his homeland to his children. He said, I love my country. It's really quite sad that I won't be able to show my children my homeland.
So the way he said that, and we know that King Charles is fighting cancer. I don't know what status is right now, if he's in remission or if they've beaten it or if they're still treating it. But he sounded really like time is of the essence at the beginning of that. Did you hear that?
I did, and it may be that, or it may be just you never know with cancer, or you just never know with cancer. It can, turn on a dime. So he confirmed that he would not pursue further legal action, however, stating this is at the heart of it is it's a family dispute, and it makes me really, really sad. So we'll see where this goes. Sydney Sweeney is single again, and that means that the rumor mill is working overtime. The actress recently called things off with her now ex-fiancé Jonathan Davino, and people started wondering who her next romantic partner could be. Names have been flying around, including everyone from her co-star in Anyone But You, Glenn Powell, to her co-star in The Housemaid, Brandon Sklenar. And Powell has downplayed any rumors, and now sources for Us Weekly have downplayed rumors about Sklenar as well. Rumors popped up about her and him after they were spotted at Stagecoach recently.
You know who also she's being connected to? Patrick Schwarzenegger.
Oh, okay.
From White Lotus.
The source said that they are really just good friends, and Sydney is living her best life right now. And they add that the actress simply has a flirtatious personality.
Does anyone ever boast of living their worst life? It never seems to be something that comes
Not
up.
boasting about it,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, wait,
I'm living my worst life.
Was Patrick Schwarzenegger, was he the older brother?
Yes.
Is that him?
Yep, that's him.
Never
and
realized
that
that.
looks like Machine Gun Kelly standing next to Patrick Schwarzenegger.
In a photo that we're looking at right now, yes. So this is interesting. It took long enough, but Gigi Hadid has confirmed via Instagram what everyone already knew, that she's in a relationship with Bradley Cooper. So it's Instagram official now.
Oh, my God. It's just Instagram official now?
Yeah.
There's been no visual verification of a romance. So you got it. Once it hits Insta, now we know it's real.
In a carousel of photos celebrating her 30th birthday, one of the pics showed the two kissing. And it's the first time that the actor has shown up in her Instagram feed since the two were reported to be dating back in 2023.
She also reposted the video of the Delco pooper, Preston.
Oh,
which was pretty wild.
That's all the rage.
Oh, she's Team Bucksco, isn't she?
By the way, Casey's got an update on that. There's a bar in Delaware County that has paid homage with a cocktail.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah,
and what is it called?
Yeah, the Marple Public House has the Delco mudslide now.
Yeah.
Delco mudslide. That works for me.
Mm-hmm. So, in a carousel of photos celebrating her 30th birthday, one of the pics showed the two kissing, and it's the first time that they've done that, like I said. All right, so here's another official over. It's officially legally over.
Nothing over!
For Christina Hack and Josh Hall.
Oh, God, I hate these.
I know.
I hate this couple.
In a statement, her rep said, Christina is pleased to confirm that a settlement has been reached through mediation. She extends her sincere appreciation to her attorney, Laura Wasser, and her team for their professional guidance and support throughout the process. Hack herself said, I can't wait to move on with my life and focus on what's ahead and all my blessings.
Hi, I'm Rambo. Join me tonight at 7:30 for Flip or Flop. Where you take a house that's in disarray and turn it into the house of your dreams. Joining me will be Christina Hack and another jerk off.
That would be great.
Where's my nail gun?
Yep, that would be great to have Rambo. he's firing a whole ton of nails into the wall, yelling Delco. Yeah.
And you built the whole neighborhood.
All right, this story came up on Friday. We didn't get a chance to touch on it, but legendary Laugh-In cast member Ruth Buzzy passed away. The comedian and 5-time Emmy nominee was famous for clobbering people with her purse and a long-running gag on the comedy variety show.
I love that character, Gladys Ormsby, and it was Artie Lang. No, not Artie Lang, right? Was it? No, Artie, what was his name?
I know who you're talking about.
Yes,
I
and he
just
played
don't
the
know his
old
name.
man, and I'm having a brain fart, but they would sit on the park bench, and he was always saying inappropriate things, and she'd slide down the bench as he was moving along, and then she would clobber him. But that whole character, she was great on that show. I'm surprised she never won at least one Emmy.
Buzzy passed away last Thursday of complications from Alzheimer's at her home near Fort Worth, Texas. She had a long career on Broadway and in television, in addition to starring on Laugh-In for the show's entire 6-season run. She was 88 years old.
Artie Johnson.
Artie Johnson. Thanks, Nick.
Danny Lynn Burkhead turned heads at the Kentucky Derby on Saturday, 21 years after her late mother, Anna Nicole Smith, rocked a backless black gown to the Barnstable Brown Gala. Danny Lynn wore the exact same gown and caused many of the same jaws to drop as she attended the event with her dad, Larry Burkhead. And she's, she looks similar to her mom. She's a blonde bombshell.
I found myself tearing up. I saw the interview live when they talked to her with the gown on and everything, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of sweet.
Danny Lynn is wearing Anna Nicole's dress that she wore 21 years ago to the same event. Do we have a clip of that?
We do. It's ready to rock.
All right, here we go. This is her.
I feel good in it. Gonna once again try not to cry when I say this, but I can't know my mom, sadly, and this is one of the only reasons and ways I can. And this is the closest I'll ever be getting to a hug from her. So I've been on and off tears the whole day.
She said. This is according, Larry wrote on Instagram, Danny Lynn is wearing Anna Nicole's dress that she wore 21 years ago to this same event, Life is Full Circle.
You want to kiss me?
She said she chose that dress because it was her mom's and super cool. As for Danny Lynn, she explained that, you heard in the clip, that it was the closest to a hug that she could get from her mom.
That's kind of sweet.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock are teaming up again.
Whoa.
The actors who have starred next to each other in classics like Speed, Kathy, are set to team up for a romantic thriller for Amazon MGM Studios. Will it be Speed 3? No, probably not.
Thank God.
But now is the time to speculate wildly, because details including the plot and even the title of the movie are currently being kept under wraps. The idea for the movie was reportedly brought to the two actors specifically, and Sandra Bullock is set to produce the movie.
She had a massive crush on him, apparently, during the filming of Speed.
Yeah.
I think that's why their chemistry works.
So we were talking about Patrick Schwarzenegger a moment ago, and he is ready to take on the iconic role of Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. Luca Guadagnino is working on a reboot of the film, and fans are rallying for the actor to take the lead role. After one fan said that he's fond his breakout role. What?
Found.
It's a typo, but it's in quotations. I don't know why. But anyhow, Schwarzenegger shared that he was all in. He said, "I'd love nothing more." And he might really mean it, because he's been saying that he's excited for the reboot for a while now. Replying to a Variety last year, reporting that Guadagnino was directing the movie, the actor wrote, "My dream." Austin Butler and Jacob Elordi have been rumored to be in talks to star in the reboot, but there hasn't been a ton of news confirming casting so far. And of course, Christian Bale played Patrick Bateman in the original.
Don't just stare at it, eat it.
That was in 2000, by the way.
Did you ever see it? You saw it, right?
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah, a few times. Yeah. Let's see here. Casey, here's a follow-up to this from last week. We told you that the iconic bike from Pee-wee's Big Adventure was on the auction block.
Yeah.
And if you're looking to move it, it's too late, or move on that. A rep for Van Eaton Galleries reported to TMZ that the screen-used stunt bike, ridden by the late Paul Rubens in several scenes in the film, sold for $125,000.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Man,
To be honest, I thought it would get a little bit more.
You know what? I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was thinking closer to $1 million.
Wow, well, this is the one that's in the scene where he swings on the vine a la Tarzan.
Yeah. But I mean, you'll hear famous instruments go for, under $1 million. And
I
those
know,
are
but
even more iconic.
There are some Pee-wee freaks out there.
Yes.
you.
And
Yeah.
what's crazy is that's what I went to sleep to last night. When I went to bed, I'm like, I need something familiar, and I turned on Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
The bicycle was one of 14 created for the film. No word on who the buyer was, that particular buyer. So.
Yeah, maybe if it was the only one, right? They only had one bike.
Yeah, but there are 14 out there.
Yeah.
All right, we can play clips now. So the Neighborhood has been on for 7 years, which means 14-year-old Hank Greenspan has spent half his life on that show. Here he explains the surrealness of starting at a young age.
It's been
probably the most surreal for me because when I started, I was like 6 or 7, something like that. But I've grown up with this show. Like, I've grown up with the people working on it. I mean, like, my mom had to tell me, like, who Cedric the Entertainer was. Like, I didn't know anything. It's been a serious learning process for me.
I don't give a
The finale of The Neighborhood airs tonight. You'll see that on CBS. Here's our next clip. NCIS has been picked up for a 23rd season.
Whoa!
In this clip, Wilmer Valderrama talks about the killer finale and what to expect at the end of season 22.
As we felt we had that runway, we decided let's do a 2-part season finale. So the first part, was last Monday. Big questions. And then the next episode answers all the questions. We seeded a lot of different storylines this season. Somebody does die. Somebody died. And it's not the murder of the week. It's unfortunately very close to us and to be very earth-shattering and really heartbreaking.
I don't think I want to see it.
The finale of NCIS airs tonight, and that will be on CBS as well.
23 seasons.
All right, that's it. That's your entertainment report for the morning. We have some stuff happening today. We have the 20 Money Keyword coming up 8 o'clock. Your first shot at winning $1,000. We have the winners of live band karaoke. We're going to find out who our 10 singers are that get to perform at MMRBQ this coming weekend.
Can you believe it's this weekend?
This Saturday is when MMRBQ happens. So we'll get prepped for that and reveal that information. Music news, that'll be close to 10 o'clock this morning. We have some guests and stuff as well to tell you about as we peruse through your morning. We'll take a quick break. Come back in just a second with it all. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
From 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you want to share some info?
Yes, I do. After a couple years, the Mutiny on the Mashalou is back. It's my wife's signature charity event for Max Fund, which benefits TNR programs and helps get homeless cats and medical treatment, provides a centralized fund that pet charities can call from anyway. It's been a couple years, so it's back on the Mashalou. It's sponsored by Rafferty Subaru. Parking will be free. They're giving a special dispensation that evening. The wonderful people down there are taking care of the parking. So let me tell you what you get for your ticket price of $40. It's pretty amazing. You get great food tastings from Algorithm Restaurant, Zaz Ice Cream, Tuck-Ins, Nothing Bun Cakes, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Insomnia Cookies, Finger Food for the Mashalou, and more. Drink tastings from Yard's Brewery, Chadsford Winery, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, and more. And the cool part is, I don't know if you haven't been to one before, there are wandering entertainers while this is going on. And that DJ Perry's providing the music. Bad Entertainment will provide jugglers, giant bubble-blowing guys. Mike Palladino is a magician. Strongman Todd Jones. Tarot card readers, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline, let me get her name correct here, Baker. Bryn the Contortionist is going to be the Pirateers, Kittens to Pet. It's a big thing. That $40 is going to go to the charity. Everyone is donating their wonderful services and food gratis. So it's a win-win for all the animals in the tri-state area.
It's only $40.
That's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And everyone's very generous about it. You can go to maxfund.com to order your tickets. It's June 8th. Thursday, it's from 6 to 9, so it's before your weekend plans. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out there. We'd love to see you. Have a good time.
I'll be there.
Oh, awesome. And so I'll be hitting it. It's just great to be up on the deck of the Mashalou. Love that place. And again, the fact that you do not have to pay for the parking in that lot right there makes it super convenient. So we'd love to see you out at the event. And
I have to believe this is all at PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And we're adding stuff. So it actually, as people find out about it, very generous food providers and other people and entertainers are approaching me and like, yeah, let's make the party even bigger. So, awesome. And my wife Claire is doing a great job putting everything together. So it's awesome. But thank you, Preston. I just wanted to get it out.
No, please.
We're excited about it.
PrestonandSteve.com to get the info. Another thing I want to mention, just a reminder, this weekend, the movie The Machine opens up.
Yes.
And we want you, if you love Bert Kreischer and love our relationship with Bert, go see the movie.
Yeah, go see it.
Support it, and it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic.
If it gets a good, strong first week, that's all you need. That weekend, Memorial Day weekend, it'll be fantastic.
I'm going to hit that a few times this week just to remind people. There's a great picture of him and Kevin Smith together Did he come by for an interview with a podcast or something?
He was on Kevin's podcast. Yeah, I watched some of it yesterday. I think they ended up talking, this might surprise you, for 2.5 hours.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, because both of those guys are talkers and have a million stories to tell. But, yeah, I watched a few of the clips yesterday, and it's cool to the guys that we love the best. And to see them in the same room at the same time is pretty nice.
Opens on Friday. Go see The Machine. All right, in a little while, we're going to have a young woman by the name of Maggie Drozdowski on the program. You probably saw the story. If not, she was bit by a shark in Stone Harbor surfing. 6 stitches, nothing really bad, but I mean, there haven't been any shark bites in a while down that way, and her foot looks pretty gnarly. We're going to talk to her in a little while about that. And while the subject is up, I didn't think we'd have too many people that would have stories of being bitten by sharks.
Yeah, I was bitten half, but I'm doing fine.
But, man, there are people, if you've been bitten by an animal, it's pretty freaky. And if you think about it, you know, and I'm not talking about dogs and cats.
Yeah,
and obviously
scruffy on the couch.
Those can be pretty bad, too. But there are plenty of other animals that can bite you. And even though you, as a human being, are going to win in that competition, the other one's going to die if you want it to. It's still pretty freaky, terrifying.
There was a story recently about a woman, a dairy farm, was bitten by a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Bitten by a cow.
Sure, man.
And like a lot of damage, broke her arm.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you were bitten by an animal, not just, you know, your pet or a dog or a cat, something a little bit different than that. We'd like to hear about that.
My friend lives on a farm, and the neighboring farm has cows, and there were babies there. And so we were there once, and we went to go look at the calf. And my friend stepped into where it was, and she was like, you guys stay there, because she said if the mom gets like pissed, you don't want to be in here for that.
Sure.
So
you just don't think of cows that way.
Yeah, just thought like a cow. Like, well, we can get out in enough time. Like, they're slow. They're big.
You're only seconds away from an utter catastrophe.
Come on.
Seriously.
Come on.
You know what freaks me out though? Like the little reptiles that like can like latch on. You know, like a kid, like a little boy is playing with one, and it just latches onto their finger.
So Trish here from our sales department, she and her husband have bearded dragons. And I was at their house one night, and she was showing them to us, and I stepped away for a little bit, and she's like, oh, I got bit. And I turn around, and she's got blood pouring out of her hand, and she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you just got bit by a freaking dragon.
A dinosaur.
Yeah. I remember my fraternity brother got bitten by his python. He was going in there. He had the mouse in his hand, and the python was like, no, I'm going to go for your arm.
Dude, my friend growing up had a snake. That snake ate him more than the mice and crap he'd put in the tank. He was constantly getting bitten by that friggin' snake.
Dude, the scene in Road Trip where Tom Brady which just totally wraps its mouth around his hand. Oh my God.
I don't get owning snakes and stuff like that. But I did see, Steve, a picture of a snake. This guy dressed up as an Uber driver. He goes, oh, my, like little Billy got his first job. He had a helmet on this thing and a little backpack that said Uber Eats on it.
On the snake?
On the snake. It was hilarious. I'm like, okay, first cute snake I've ever seen in my entire life.
I've never seen a helmet on a snake.
No, you have to see this. It was like an albino python.
I've seen a snake smoking before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Really?
Yeah. There's a really good picture of a snake.
I saw an adult man pleasure a camel.
You did? Tijuana.
Let me go to, I have Luke. Search snake smoking if you want.
Yeah, and the helmet thing.
Nick needs to see that. And the helmet thing, too. Hi, Luke. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story about how I used to be a UPS driver up in Vincenttown, New Jersey, and I had to make a delivery to a farm that had a bunch of where they would raise horses, where you would sit on those carts. And I'm going up to go do the delivery, and then you got your driver's door open because it's so hot in the summertime, and all of a sudden I just feel this bite on my leg, and I look over, and there's an ostrich.
What? An ostrich?
Stop it. Come on, really?
Yeah, they actually had a pet ostrich that would roam the property for some reason. And I could not make the delivery, so I'm in the UPS truck, honking the horn. Nobody's coming out. I'm like, I got to get this thing off the truck because UPS is every package every day. Makes sense. So here I am. I run out the passenger side. The usher starts chasing me. I'm running around the back of the truck. I hop through the driver's door. It tries to lunge at me through the driver's door. I get out the passenger door again. I run to the barn, drop the package off. The lady comes out of the barn and she grabs the ostrich by the neck and holds it. She's like, "Get back in your truck right now." I'm like, "You don't have to tell me twice."
I bet you I know what was in that box. It was probably ostrich sedatives.
Oh my God,
Jesus!
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah,
Dude, see you, Luke.
There's a I think she's on Instagram. She has an account, but she has. I guess you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking
and
about.
it's this bird that is it an emu or an
It's
ostrich?
an emu.
It's an emu,
Right.
yeah.
And it freaks out all the time, and it comes charging, and she's
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
She'll do videos with like selfie videos of her, and she'll just like slowly pan over to this like vicious thing ready to like bite her.
Mm-hmm. We will go next to Will. Hey, Will. Morning.
Rhythm, schism, a brother.
Rhythm, schism. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Skull Sealer here.
The Skull Sealer.
I got bit by a groundhog.
Whoa.
Now they've
Don't
got
drive angry.
Yeah, don't drive angry. They've got sharp little friggin' teeth, don't they?
Yeah, giant in sizes, man. So I was coming home from work one day, and I saw this animal in the road. So I slowed down, and it was still alive. It was a tiny little groundhog. It wasn't like a full-grown,
right,
like full pounder or anything, but it was pretty small. So I got out of my van, picked it up, moved it to the side of the road, and it bit me in the web of like my thumb.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I still have the scar from it.
So I assume you don't know if the thing is rabid or not. Did you go to the doctor immediately?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You became a were-badger.
Will, the thing is biting you. Did you start like smacking it on the head to let go, or was it a quick bite?
It was a quick bite, but I did like try and shake it off. You know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like thrashing or anything. It was just like a real quick chomp down my hand and then like a release. But
ow.
I don't know if it even survived. Who knows?
All right. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it, man. I have a fear of being bitten by a snapping turtle.
Okay.
Oh, for good reason.
I'm fascinated with them. You will actually see them on golf courses a fair amount of time. At least once a year, I'll see a good size one just sitting out sunning itself. I'll go over and take a good close look at it.
Yeah.
Just because they're really prehistoric looking and
it's
really cool, but
tank.
That beak terrifies me.
So Coney Island Aquarium has a snapping turtle, Preston. This thing's lived in Coney Island to begin with because it's got tattoos and stuff. But it's this big, this beak on this thing. It just sits there, and it always sits there at the corner of the tank. But you're right, they're really threatening looking.
And if you've ever bitten by something small, and how bad that hurts, I can only imagine. Yeah. I got bit by a hamster in college. I still, from time to time, will think of it.
You still cry?
No, I actually it gives me like the chills because I'll never forget his little teeth going through my finger. I was like, oh my God.
But this thing, a snapping turtle, can take a full finger off. I told a story about where my dad lived years ago. They had a pond, and they were finding ducks and geese with their heads bitten off.
Yeah.
And they don't fly that way normally.
My brother used to put them in the pool and swim with them.
What?
He would get them from the
turtles?
He'd get them from the creek.
I think I remember you telling me
And he would put
that.
them in the pool and he'd swim with them. And then my mom would be like, "Go take them back." And he would take them out of the pool and take them back to
By
the
the way,
creek.
everything else about the turtle is slow, but that snap is lightning fast.
Yep.
I have been bitten by a swan. It didn't hurt at all.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Not to go off, but we were just having fun with the shiny happy people thing. I got an email from someone over the weekend who's going through a tough time. They didn't expand and say why, but they wanted to thank us for helping to kind of usher them through these issues that they're having.
I love that.
And I responded with thank you very much. And I said, what you may not know is. I'm not all that happy right now either. I am. It's like I'm in a piss poor mood today. I apologize. I'm not gonna dwell on that. And just their undercurrent. Well, we're all going through some stuff right now, and it's kind of it's whatever. So we're all in this big game together. Is kind of what I'm trying to stress.
No, and I agree. And in that, it makes you a little bit happier to know that you're with it. You're with other people who want to see you fail. No,
Jesus.
Did I misread that? I might have misread that.
I mean, this is shaping up to be one of the worst years of my life. But you know what?
Yeah.
I come in here every day. I'm with you guys, which is great.
And we're all happy to see you fail.
Right?
Yeah.
You brought us pastries?
We all wallow in your failure. I did bring in pastries today.
You did bring
Listen,
pastries.
I'm going to mention this place.
You
'cause
should.
Rochelle and I were going out on Saturday. It was such a beautiful day on Saturday.
And it was supposed to be crap, and it was
Exactly.
gorgeous.
And Rochelle and I were just like, we had some extra time on our hands. I'm like, you want to go get some coffee? Let's just go for a drive. We haven't gone for a drive in a while.
Yeah.
So we went for a drive and
Keep top down?
we haven't we have a hard top on right now, but we did take the T-tops off. And so, we got out and enjoyed the air flowing through the vehicle and everything. And so I just real quick did a search on, coffee near me or whatever. And there was a place I'd never heard of before, and it's called Paris Baguette. It was brand new.
Paris Baguette.
In North Wales.
I've heard of somebody keeps sending me this.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, some of the best looking cakes I've ever seen.
Are you a broadcaster?
We're at this place.
It's a chain, apparently.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we walked out with 10 pounds of pastries because we were like, Steve, you asked, were you hungry when you went there?
Because I saw the signs. Yeah.
It was like 4:30. It was getting close to dinner time.
Yeah.
And we loaded up on all these.
It's not your fault.
All these pastries, and mainly just went there for coffee.
Oh, we're looking at some of the menu items.
Yeah. Look at
good
that.
stuff.
I think there's one near me. I believe there's one in maybe Bluebell, and my sister-in-law goes, and she keeps telling me that I have to go there. I think that's what it is.
Okay, stop right there. Croissant donut with Nutella. Nutella,
Right.
I effing love Nutella used in desserts and icings, and it's only 9 million calories.
Yeah, we're looking at the menu right now.
These almost look too beautiful to eat, Press.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
They're kind of creations, right?
Why don't
So-
you take your filthy mouth and eat my work of art?
But anyway, so I brought a bunch of it in today because we weren't going to eat those. And so we you should try some of that.
Yeah,
Gabe.
You help
Give it
make
a
us
chance.
happy. See, so you're not happy, but you tried to make other people happy. That is mission one today for everyone.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do like that. So anyhow, have some pastries.
Yeah,
Why don't you?
Shut up.
All right. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to head in that direction,
No, I
but
love
just
it.
the whole shiny happy people thing made me think of that. And the email I got from somebody, it was, I got another email. Actually, I wanted to share with you guys because this one was kind of
Is this Preston's mailbox?
out of blue. No, it's not Preston's mailbox.
I mightily
But-
try to create new features every time.
We should do that sometime because I do get a lot of messages that I don't have a place for. But this one I got. This is from a guy named Get Orange, Ghet. I guess how you pronounce his name. Orange is his last name. Orange. That's not even a word.
That's a cool name, though.
And
Get
he
Orange.
Is that like Get Bent?
So he is from South Africa.
Oh.
And he says, I just love the Bizarre Files. I listen to the podcast, and I just love it. The team cracks me up and keeps me awake on the long drives when I'm just feeling down and need a laugh. Send my thank you and love to the team. Kind regards. I thought that was really cool.
So I've heard that. I heard that a couple times over the weekend. I went to this this adoption event for me waiting on a friend, and people just they brought that up a lot. You cannot overestimate how important it is for us to hear that we're a part of your morning, and that if you're in a bad mood, that we can help turn that around a little bit. It is an honor.
Oh, and here's a gift from I had a ticket raid over the weekend at Del Chevy, and a young man named Rocco made this for us and wanted me to bring it in. It's his tribute to Cooper DeJean.
Oh, it looks good, man.
And he made a poster of his collegiate career and his professional career with the Eagles and all these.
I get it, man. I have a samurai sword signed by Randy Jackson.
I thought that was really cool of him to do that.
No, he did.
It's talented. He's very talented.
It's really well done.
Yeah.
Cooper was at the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
Was he?
Yeah, and so was Jason Worth. Did anybody see what? Because he owns a horse now.
Yeah.
He's gotten really into horse racing. He was there last year as well. If somebody can call up a photo of Jason Worth at the Kentucky Derby, because obviously fashion at the Kentucky Derby is a thing. His outfit was remarkable. It was quite memorable. I don't know if that's this year or last year. That might be last year.
Nick, I recently, a couple of years
It was
ago,
pouring this year, so it wasn't this year.
had a conversation with a couple of former professional athletes, and all of them had purchased into racing horses. So like, I don't know if that's, and they were all from Philadelphia, so I don't know if it's like a Philly thing, and that's kind of what they're doing to invest some of their money, but they all were into the horse racing and had some sort of stake in some of the horses.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's funny. As I was watching the Derby, I was like, I think if I ever hit the lottery, I think I would invest in maybe thoroughbred horse racing, just so I can name the horses, because I love the horses' names. And we have these people that we knew that the idea came from them. This guy won the lottery.
Yeah.
Not a huge purse, and it was. I think he won like $1 million.
He bought a raccoon.
No, but I think he won $1 million, and he bought a thoroughbred horse with that. I don't know how that's turned out for him. But.
They're so expensive. The maintenance. I didn't realize. Not to go off on a Derby thing here, Preston.
We'll play a clip from it too, by the way, in a second.
And maybe, obviously, you were from that area.
Yeah.
And I've watched it many years, and it just hit me this time around watching it. By the way, it's a complete mutter track, as they say, super soppy and ugly. But I didn't realize there were 20 horses.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think maybe I ended up with like 19 because one scratched towards the end, or what?
That was a large field, Steve.
That was a large. I thought, because I knew they were. I mean, it looked out of the gate super crowded.
Yeah, and chances are in the next two legs of the Triple Crown, there will be fewer horses in each race. It's just kind of how the races go over the course of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I almost hit the trifecta, but I did hit the exacta. I placed a bet maybe about 30 seconds before they actually started the race.
All right.
And I won.
What was the bet and what was your payout?
So I bet $2. I won $24.
All right.
All right.
That's good.
Someone's that much closer to owning a thoroughbred racehorse.
Yeah.
I went to a Kentucky Derby party. My brother has a party for his clients every year, and so I was there at the party. And it's only, how long is the race? I forget.
It's like 3 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, but it's so exciting. However, this year was the first year I watched, and I thought, I don't know if I like horse racing, like these poor horses.
Oh, well, yeah, that's why animal activists are not into sporting, using animals.
Like I was just I watched how hard they're running and like the training.
Love that. But they do love it. They're competitive and they're it's part of their breed. They're competitive like that. So my dad
watch Seabiscuit and they do talk about how the horse, especially Seabiscuit, responded to the competition.
But on top of that, they do some extreme things to get them to that level they can. My dad worked in the industry for a little while. His cousin was an owner of some thoroughbreds, and my dad would go and as kind of a post-retirement thing, he went and they would go from track to track and take the horses and stuff. It's an interesting, it's its own culture. It is definitely its own world and own culture. But here's a clip from the Kentucky Derby.
Journalism is on the move as they turn for home, and Sovereignty is coming with him on the outside. The two of them go right by with a furlong to run. Journalism and Sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
Marissa was telling me last week that this is like her favorite sporting event to watch on television. And so I watched it. I only got to watch for maybe 10 minutes leading up to it, but it is very, very beautifully shot, man. Yeah. I mean, it's really, really nice stuff.
I did have Jace betting on the race, and he bet with a family member of my sister-in-law's, and I'm just looking now, and Jace lost, so we owe him $20. But I did win best hat at the party. In case you guys were wondering, I did win best hat.
I need to see it.
It had kielbasa's hanging off it, didn't it?
We need to see it, Marissa.
It's so much my favorite event that I didn't watch a single second of it this weekend.
I was Marissa, it got to the point on Saturday, and just by happenstance, I was watching something on YouTube, and a horse was on it, and I thought, oh my God, it's a Kentucky Derby today.
Well, I was at the Sing Is Home Festival in Manayunk on Venice Island.
That's
so
right.
I was down that all Saturday. I did pull it up on my phone once or twice, but every time I pulled it up, it was at a commercial break in my attention span. But it is my bucket list sporting event to go to.
Same,
attend.
same.
Yeah,
Really?
so I did see Philly Sports Trips was there this year. And,
I don't know,
yeah.
man. There was 147. That's way too many people. 147,000.
I know.
Okay.
You got to get in with somebody though, where
Yeah.
you can actually sit somewhere and see it.
Here's if you don't want to, if you want to do a trial run on this, I'm going to suggest this to you. So my dad lives in Lexington, Kentucky, and I've been there a bunch of times. There's a wonderful track called Keeneland that is right there. Now the running season for those are very short. It's like a month, and that's it. They're done. So when the horses are racing, everybody goes. And it's like that. People dress up, and they really. If you don't want to go to the 150,000 people event, you can go to Keeneland in Lexington and check this out. And it's beautiful, and
How
you get
often?
the feel for it. It's just once a year, like it's about a month.
A similar one. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So they run. They have the short run time frame, and it's gorgeous. They use the track throughout the year for other events.
That would be cool.
Yeah, you should do that if you don't want to go through the nightmare of an event that is that big.
And we can get dressed up in big hats and mint juleps and all that stuff too. It's like, because that's the experience I want.
Yeah, and you go to the paddock and you watch the horses come out and do the show, and there's you'll see the real serious bettors that are there jotting down all their notes and stuff. Yeah.
Do you think your dad will let us stay with him?
I'm sure he would. That's a little much.
I'll check into that.
Yeah, that's a little much.
And plus, there's all the distilleries we can go do a bourbon tour while we're down there too.
Let's do it.
All right. So anyhow, yeah, that's that one's in the books now. And so Cooper DeJean, was he just there to be there, Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay.
There's a guy on Instagram that I follow named Sheffield Chauffeur, I think is how you say it. Anyway, he was interviewing him and looked like he was having a good time. And Cooper was dressed relatively conservatively compared to some of the other outfits that I saw on the red carpet.
Did I see a stat that like all the horses in the race were descendants of Secretariat?
I saw the same thing.
No.
Okay.
Not well in that race, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, there was a
here's something that's really cool and about the breeding of the horses. And if you go to the Lexington Airport, in the middle of it, they've got this centerpiece that they have, and I've taken a picture of it. I'll find it and show it to you guys. They can narrow down all of the thoroughbreds to one single horse.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep, and it's in the floor. It's this big circular pattern, and they have the lineage of all of the race horses and how they all come back to this one horse, and it might have been like an Arabian or something like
Big
that.
Dong McGillicuddy.
That was the one. You've been there.
I'll say this. Again, it was fun watching it as it was with a rainy, muddy track. But there was an angle that they had at the end of it where they were right over the run, and you could just see the amount of mud getting blasted up. I didn't realize they were going through like 6 pairs of goggles, the jockeys, as they're moving along, and like swinging them off their head and just dropping them down on their neck and just putting them up. Because
no kidding.
Yes. So they actually have like a bunch of goggles that they're switching through.
Steve, afterwards, did you see the horse that finished last and the amount of mud?
Oh, my God.
So the amount of mud that was covering that, because he was bringing up the rear most of the race.
Yeah.
And so he was just getting every horse in front of him was kicking up mud, and it was all over that horse and all over that jockey. And his uniform was just completely brown.
Wow. Yeah, we're looking at this. It was that's nasty.
It looked like maybe they were just got done tailgating a woman's car in Delaware County.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of looked like.
That was all the talk over the weekend, too.
I think they were talking about it at the Derby.
Apparently.
And this is in honor of the woman who took a full-blown diarrhea dookie on the hood of a car.
Somebody was telling me over the weekend that apparently that wasn't the first time she had done that.
Shut up.
Come on.
Well, you don't get that good at it without practice.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't have said that because I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Did you see, you had to have seen Victor's article, right? And how she responded to him?
No, I did not.
He had contacted her, and I guess
This is Victor Fiorello from Philly Mag. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He had contacted her, and she called him back. He missed her call, and then when he finally got in touch with her, she said, "I'm all lawyered up." And he was like, "Okay." And he asked a few questions, and he basically was saying, because she has this OnlyFans account, like, does she use what she did on the car on for her OnlyFans? And she replied by saying, "Are you asking me to S on you? $5K, and I bring a bodyguard."
Shut up.
To Victor Fiorello.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he take her up on it? Or?
I don't think so. I think he just wrote about
$5K, and I bring a bodyguard, and she'll take a dump on you.
Yeah. That's how she responded.
I would like to see the pricing menu.
Wow.
I would like to see the pricing menu.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a little steep.
Oh.
I'm not made of money.
Yeah, but she's got a name now. I mean, like
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
got to use this while she can.
True. Yeah,
we really do
that.
need to figure out the 6 degrees of separation between me and her at some point.
There's got to be some.
Dude, I bet there's 2.
You probably dated her.
Dookie, number 2. My God. Wow. Well, Friday was amazing. If you missed it, it was later in the show. We had the kid that actually filmed the whole thing. His name was Greg Ferrari.
Right, perfect.
And he went to Interboro High School and checked in from one of his classrooms while he was at school via Zoom.
Yeah, my friend from high school, Mr. Lavery, teaches there, and he texted me on the side. He goes, dude, he's a great kid. Great kid.
Yeah? I believe it.
Yeah, me too.
He was a nice kid and wanted some recognition.
Yeah.
The video went viral without him being a part of it. He shared it with his baseball text group.
Yeah.
And then it
And one of
exploded.
them put it up on Facebook, and then it took off, and he got 0, filming credit or anything for it.
Sitting at an intersection where he sees this altercation taking place, you could not figure that it'd be like the first person who gets verifiable footage of an alien landing. Right? Yeah. How could you possibly plan on that? You
There
know?
was a comment on our YouTube page from over the weekend because we will post our YouTube videos from the day before or Friday on Monday's case, and this person wrote, "Oh my God, I was in class with Greg during the interview. We were all trying really hard not to crack up while it was happening, teachers included."
The class was cool, man. They were all in the background waving.
What a great little. I wonder. We didn't catch what year he was. I don't know if he's graduating this year, but what a great little graduation present.
I feel like he's got to be a senior.
He looks like.
Yeah,
maybe
well,
he
I
was
mean,
a senior.
he's driving, right? So he would at least be a junior.
At least be a junior. Yeah. Well, but that was obviously a big topic of discussion over the weekend with whomever you ran into. Wow.
That and the Kentucky Derby.
Oh my God.
It's the same thing, but without the hats.
Yeah. Kath, I'm dying to see your hat. Can you describe it?
Yeah, so it was like a fascinator, and it just was. I had it matched perfectly with my.
What's a fascinator?
It's like someone who comes from the future to kill your parents.
Oh no, that's a Terminator.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Instead of a full hat that sits on your head, it's kind of just like a little thing that goes off
sure.
to the
I see
side,
what you're
and
saying.
it clips into the hair.
Okay.
But yeah, I have a picture. I'll show it
All
to
right,
you.
and you won best hat.
Best hat.
Come with me if you want to live.
All right, well, we got a couple of minutes to play with. I didn't mean to head down that path.
We had to report on it.
And chat about that stuff. But yeah, we definitely did. So now I'm struggling to dive into.
If you want to talk about things that happened over the weekend, Preston, we also have Nick's. I think Nick actually did. You guys did see an alien spaceship land or something akin to that, correct?
So my wife was driving south on the Northeast Extension, not too far from where you live, Preston.
Yeah, in fact, the video was tagged Harleysville, right?
Yes.
In my hometown.
And so I shared the video on my Instagram account, which is Nick McElwain 1. And so it is about 2 miles north of your exit, the Lansdale exit, Preston. And I posted the video, and when you post on Instagram nowadays, it also shows up on Threads. So people were doing a lot of commenting on Threads and on Instagram, and nobody really was able to come to a conclusion. Some people suggested, and I believe this, that it might be localized aurora borealis. And then some people were suggesting that it's a grow house. A lot of people were suggesting that there is new lighting at Souderton High School, Preston. And so the sports field there, I guess, has some new night lighting. This was Thursday night around 9 p.m., 9:15, something like that.
As I'm looking at that video, and so to describe this, there is this red glow in the sky, and it's this kind of ovalish shape. And I can see the lights from the stadium on the ground. I don't think it's that, but maybe. So Souderton's colors are red, Nick.
Okay.
Maybe they have some kind of spotlight that I don't know of that they can shoot up into the sky, and it reflected off of the clouds. But
do they play intergalactic teams?
Not this year that I know of, but it does look really strange, Nick.
It also looks it's very high in the sky.
Yeah, and it was kind of cloudy, but other people apparently saw it as well. Again, this was around Thursday night. She saw it around 9:15, something like that. But people had seen it earlier in the week, and then I don't know if anybody saw it on Friday night as well. But we never came to a conclusion, and none of the posts that suggested maybe it was aurora borealis, maybe it was.
That's what it looks like.
It kind of does, and we got that flash of it this summer, or when was that?
Yeah, it was this past summer.
It was in the fall.
Was it in the fall? Okay, yeah.
Why would you have a fixed aurora borealis over you said a couple days? People were seeing it?
I guess, Steve. I mean, and look, it's just commenting on Instagram, so who knows if they actually saw it or not.
And I don't think it's a drone either, Nick. It looks too big and wide for something like that.
It's either it might be the reflection of light. It could be that the lights from the stadium. It just might be, something is atmospherically happening to make that pop, but it's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, I mean, and it's bright red.
Yeah, that is and I looked on the video that you sent, Nick, and I was scrolling down and looking at the comments, and not many of them were really, people saying what they thought it legitimately.
People of Earth, we would love to meet the woman who crapped on the hood of the car.
The word has gotten out.
Yes, we come from Borton, and we have heard of this woman who can defecate on command. We've collected up some money. We have $5,000. We're ready to roll.
Oh, my God.
They got $5,000?
Absolutely, in Earth money.
Wow, they came prepared.
Steve, it was like when Superman was killed and he screamed, it woke up the mother box.
Right, that's it.
This woman takes a dump on a car in Delco, and all of a sudden it alerts the aliens to life that is worth reaching out to.
The bell has been rung, and they have heard.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh, my God. I think the timing is perfect, Nick.
Yeah. So maybe that's what it is. Or aliens or Aurora Borealis, who knows?
So Andrea saw this. You didn't see it?
Correct, yeah. So she was driving back down from the Lehigh Valley on Thursday evening, and she sent me the video.
Wow.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, really, none of the answers that were or suggestions on comments or people that emailed me or whatever came up with a definitive solution. Nobody said, "Oh, it's definitely this."
If we had a telephone, I'd take some calls and see if anybody knew what that was.
Yeah, that's coming. Maybe the aliens can introduce that kind of technology here on Earth, where we can talk to people remotely. Teach us of your ways. Forget to serve man, to talk to men far away. That's the book we need.
We do have the Zoom capabilities, which, by the way, you can text Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we'll send you a link to join us.
So at this event, getting a lot of feedback, people enjoying the Zoom, but their love of it is running thin now. They want phones. They made it clear they would love for us to have phones.
Yeah, the immediacy of the phone it's an extra couple of steps via Zoom, and for us to also get those set up and sent over to us. By the way, today's the last day of Skype. They're pulling the plug on it completely.
That's crazy,
It will
man.
be rendered useless.
They were
after.
like first to the scene.
Yeah, they were.
The big jump forward for Zoom was a byproduct of COVID.
Yeah.
And so in the beginning, and then people who bought, I think my neighbor, Phil from Maniac, I think he threw a few bucks into Zoom and made some money off it at the beginning. And then they just took off, and that was it.
But Skype worked just fine.
Skype was totally fine.
But you had like TiVo was like first to the scene, and now is that even a thing anymore?
TiVo?
Yeah.
There is a TiVo app. Yeah. I don't know if the hardware is something. I mean, I had a couple of TiVos. They were kind of a pain in the ass, but they were cool for the time.
Yeah.
Why are people suggesting on the text board that it might be David Boreanaz?
Not an Aurora Borealis, a David Boreanaz.
There it is, yeah.
Who appears in the sky as a red angel.
Thank you, Casey, because that one was way over my head.
One of my neighbors, Wendy. One of my neighbors, Wendy, just texted in, and she was wondering that Souderton did have a home game on Thursday night at 6:30. Was it Thursday night?
Yes.
Thursday night at 6:30, but that was around 9. Well, maybe.
They leave the lights on.
But it was just it's this red light. Unless they have that, unless that's something new at the high school that they shine this red light up in the air.
Bat signal.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to reach out to the school.
Is there a game tonight?
But anyway, I'm sorry to double back, but Skype's done, and you're right. It was it's interesting to see which technologies make it and which ones are improved upon by a different product, and then they take over afterwards, and that's kind of what happened here with Zoom.
You can see how they jockeyed for and won the lead position, because there's so many software, additional streaming packages, the thing that I do when I stream, video with the comic book gurus or whatever. Zoom is now built into that software that I use. So
wow,
it's like when something takes the lead, that it's inextricable from, like Kleenex becoming, it's
become the verb.
It's become the verb. Yeah.
I'm going to Zoom that person today, and you don't really say anymore, I'm going to Skype that person.
Right.
And you did for a stretch.
Jacuzzi was one.
Yeah.
Xerox was one. Obviously, you don't hear Xerox anymore.
Yeah.
But
Mimeograph.
but those were ones that were actual product names, and they ended up being used as a noun for the product.
What was the thing we were talking about? And was it sounds or people would not recognize? We were talking about sounds that still have transcended the passage of time. Like people know a record scratch means things coming to a dead stop.
Right.
But
and what is that noise?
Sorry.
Oh, you still have-
It's Kathy's guts.
okay.
Cat's watching a video. Yes, there are some antiquated sounds that even a kid nowadays might know that they might not know that that's a record needle being dragged across a record, but it does mean stop.
Right. Or a reel
As an effect.
Tape reel rewinding to
Going
show
backwards.
back up. Yeah. These are sounds that have become now, they mean what they are.
Yeah.
But though I'm sure a lot of people don't know where they come from. Like the teletype.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. We play the teletype every time you do the music news.
How long ago did KYW stop using?
They stopped and then they brought it back because people didn't like the fact that it wasn't there anymore. I don't know if it's still there or not, but like it was so jarring because people were so used to hearing it their entire friggin' lives.
You know,
But we use it in music news. Case, can you find the music news sounder, and we'll start that? And
because it indicates news.
Yeah.
You know, like
there's news being generated. And
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And then there it is.
That's it. Those were actual typing devices that were getting news transmitted, and they would print out. That's how we used to get our news early in the Preston and Steve show.
I never really even think about it anymore when we're doing music news and I'm playing this.
Yeah.
How that, what an antiquated
I mean, it's completely
sound
antiquated.
effect that is. But yeah, KYW for years. When I first moved here 30 years ago, I remember listening to KYW. I was like, I thought it was silly that they had this in the background.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? Really? You're doing that?
And
You're a legitimate news station. You're doing that. But people loved it.
And I completely missed it when they got rid of it. I'm like, where's the goddamn sound? How can I know this is news?
Yeah, without.
If I don't hear antiquated equipment in the background.
Would it be jarring to you if music news did not have that running underneath it?
It would feel empty to me. I'd want something, some kind of
How
filler.
about the music from Two Girls in a Cup?
Underneath that. What, during music news?
During the news.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hang on. We just play this instead?
Yeah, that's good.
I can do music news for you right now.
Wow.
I got it.
Is this like a tease?
Here you go. Neil Young has announced that a new album, Talking to the Trees, is on the way. And with that announcement came the release of the second track for the... No, it doesn't sound right.
I don't like
Doesn't sound right.
I'm just thinking about poop and
We're gonna
barf.
we're gonna scrap that idea. In fact, we're going to scrap this whole break. We're going to take a break
Forget it.
and come back in a moment because it is time to do that. We need to stay on
By the way,
time.
who won the Kentucky Derby?
What was the name of them?
Sovereignty.
Sovereignty. All right, so we are going to take a break, though, because we got to stay on time for 20 Money, which is coming up at, of course, 8 o'clock, your first shot at winning $1,000. And we are also, when we return, we're going to reveal the totals of Kathy's Cuts 2025.
Yeah.
Totals and all that good stuff, which we had last Friday and was a tremendous success. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. The Bizarre File stories are on the way, too. So hang out for a moment. We will not be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
I was like, oh my God, you're adorable.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
My dad had to smack a swan in his head because he went after Jace. Jace was little, and he looked at Jace like he was an enemy. And
Swan!
He did. He just took one hand and smacked him.
I know people who have battled with goose before.
Oh.
There was a guy that was fly fishing one time, as a friend of my dad's, and it was, because you throw it up in the air, and it either caught on the goose or the goose snapped at it or something like that. But anyhow, he had to reel it in.
Oh no!
Because it's flying in the air, and he wasn't going to give up his rod. And then when he got there and he's trying to unhook it, the thing is beating him with his wings, which are pretty formidable, and I've been snapping at him as well.
Getting back to sniping turtles real quick, I saw one in the middle of the road one time, and I tried to be a good Samaritan and get out. I stopped the car, and I tried shooing it off the road, and I got a stick, and I was sort of trying to poke at it or whatever.
Just pick it up.
because it scared me.
Yeah.
Big old snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And
If you just pick it by its shell, it won't even get its.
He's panicking.
No, I know.
No, I mean, and it was in the middle of the road, case, and so I was just trying to shoo it off of the road. But those things like hiss at you.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm just trying to help out, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope we got run over.
Let me go to.
Well, listen, fool don't want no help.
I got Kelly on the line. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kelly?
Oh, thank you.
Back in like the late 70s, early 80s, it was a thing in Philly, apparently where I lived, where people had monkeys.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like one of those little monkeys that was on Friends.
Okay,
And
like Capuchin monkey.
Capuchin, yeah.
So my dad used to let it run around the house, and one day it was sitting on my shoulder, and he was a nasty thing. He would like steal cigarettes, and he would rip up things, and he was sitting on my shoulder, and my dad said, "Oh, turn your head, he's going to kiss you." I turned my head, and he bit me.
Where did he bite you? On your face?
On my face, yeah, I have a scar.
Oh,
you have a scar from the friggin' monkey.
I'll show it to you on Friday. I'll be at Keenan.
Yes. Tell us your monkey scar, girl, and we'll showcase that.
If you have a monkey scar, come down to Keenan's. We want to see it.
Wow, Kelly, did you have to get any stitches or anything like that?
They didn't take you to the hospital back then.
Nah. Just put a piece of gum on it.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
I don't have any stitches.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Kelly.
Okay, perfect.
Scarface is your name from here on, by the way.
By the way, monkey's gonna monkey. It's gonna do people, and I remember people would get those things. There was a Woolworths that had a pet section when I was growing up.
Yeah.
It had a pet section, Kathy, and there was a chimp in there.
Yeah.
A chimp! I'm like, what?
I do remember like odd animals in the Woolworths section. I remember always wanting to get birds. And my mom was like, absolutely
You and
not.
birds? They were like blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were nice colored birds. That's why I liked them.
Parakeets?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they were right down from the chimps.
Finches or something.
Finches, maybe, yeah.
My friend got an alligator, and I believe he bought it legally at a place that's not even there anymore. Nick, you might remember this. Is you're driving down the Blue Route just past Broomall. There's a place called Jobu Pets.
Yeah.
And
Your
he got
butt,
it.
Jobu.
Yes. And he got an alligator from Jobu Pets. What? I know. And we would be in there in his, he had a
You have any more alligators?
He had a giant aquarium in his room, and one time he decided he needed to clean the aquarium while we were all in there. I was like, dude, and they just took the thing out. Like,
had he been bitten by it?
He had.
Yeah. I'm not down with that. No.
All right, we'll go to Jen next. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what were you bitten by?
So when I was 14 years old, I was down in the Outer Banks, and the people I was staying with thought it would be a good idea to go feed the wild horses that were underneath our house. So we bought a whole
She's talking about cave horses.
Underneath your house?
No, the wild horses in the Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were under your house?
Yeah, because they used to, up in Corolla, they used to roam the whole top of the island.
Oh, okay.
Dirt horses.
They were corralled.
All right, so, and was this a house up on stilts or something?
Yeah, it was
that makes sense. No, they were earth horses. They burrow into the ground.
Okay.
No, but so listen, I know for a fact that a horse bite can really F you up. So how big was the chomp?
So we joke about it because I got my first hickey from them. It was the giantest bruise on my shoulder. I got trapped between the air conditioner and the house, and the horse just wanted the apple that I had already given.
Oh, my God.
So the horse was about to kill you for an apple.
Oh, I was terrified. And then my mom, I don't know where she came from. She came out of nowhere screaming and yelling, and she luckily scared the horse away before anything else happened. But I can just remember he was walking towards me, and I turned around, and first he was like eating my ponytail.
Man, so listen, if you get, obviously we've all been in proximity to horses. Look at the size of their heads.
Oh, my God.
Look at the size of their mouths.
Yeah.
I mean, that can make some heavy damage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just don't think about it because they're horses. They're our friends.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ed.
But yeah, they're the power of their jaws has got to be extreme. They could easily, bite something off if they wanted to. Let's see. We have a lot of great calls here. I will go next to. There's a lot of monkey calls. believe it or not.
Hey.
Let's go to Liam. Hi, Liam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, Liam. All right, you have a monkey story.
Yeah, actually, so when I was 13, I'm 28 now, but when I was 13, my family took a trip to Punta Cana, and there's a gentleman next to the pool that had a monkey on a leash, letting people take pictures with it. So my brother talked me into going over to it. It climbs up my leg onto my shoulder, smiles with me, takes a picture, climbs back down, and is holding his hand out, and I thought he wanted a little handshake. So I gave him my thumb, and he just hacked right into it.
Oh!
I want to shake your hand.
To top it off, I'm 13. What do? They take me over to the bar and just pour vodka on.
Well, that's how you respond to a monkey bite. Yeah.
So the monkey was looking for a tip, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Dude, I want money, and I'll rip your goddamn head off if you don't give me some.
And it's funny
That's
because
nasty. Thanks, Liam.
there are those monkeys that are part of tourism and the people trained for for tips and stuff like that. They get very aggressive, and I'm surprised that a lot of places where you wouldn't figure they would allow that do allow that because they can freak out at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. So we've had an ostrich bite. We've had several monkey bites. What else did we get here? We got another
horse.
Yeah, there's bird bites and all this, but how about this one? Let's go to Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Welcome to you.
What's up, Jessica?
Thanks for having us over.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us on your show.
I've never been on the radio before.
It's all right. I say something like that on a daily
Preston,
basis. That's totally
what's
wrong.
the latest phrase?
Good morning to see you.
Preston said that, so you're absolutely
Good morning
fine,
to see you. It's all good, Jessica. What's up?
Welcome.
I was in Indiana, and there was a large cat rescue, and they had accidentally had baby tigers. And so for an extra like $5, you could go in and visit that with them. You know, who doesn't want to go pet a tiger?
Right.
And they were about the size of like, a big lab. So they weren't huge, but big enough that one decided like my calf looked really tasty, and it bit down on my calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't break any skin, but it left a good bruise, and it scared the bejeebies out of me. But,
Jessica, you said it was the size of a large lab?
Of like a dog.
I mean, that's a big animal. If a dog that size bites you, that's problematic. If you have one that's trained to do that, that's basically wild.
Yeah,
and
this
it
isn't
clamps down. Yeah,
this isn't a kitten. This is a young tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't card it, but it was definitely older than like an adolescent.
Yeah.
Was it able to buy alcohol?
That's pretty wild, Jessica. You have a tiger bite. That's way up there on bragging rights.
Yeah.
I like to use it in the whole 2 truths and a lie.
Yeah, totally.
Because no one believes it. I
Thank
love
you,
it.
Jessica.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Wow. Do you remember when the trainer that we knew would bring Louie in here, Louie the chimpanzee? Man, I'll never forget that. He brought him in a couple times. It was really cool to be that close to a chimpanzee and hold him and so on. But he was always on guard.
Yes.
The trainer was like he didn't lighten up for a moment.
No, because he said at any moment, like he was stronger than everyone in the room.
Absolutely. And that if he were to become unhinged, we got real trouble.
And he said that, like the 3 of the children's parties, every 4th one he'd have to shoot the chimp in front of the kids.
Well, and he would bring, he would.
Get out of the way!
They would bring them to parties and things like that. We had them out.
We did too, Kat.
And how it eventually ended. I don't remember if it was Louie or I think he had Mikey too. Yeah. But they got out of all he would say was they got out of their cage and they had to send them to zoos.
Yeah.
Well, he brought in one time a cub, a bear cub.
Oh yeah.
And it was my wife, and my wife, the bear cub fell asleep. Claire came in, my wife, just because she couldn't believe it. And I said, you got to get a chance to pet a bear cub. The bear cub fell asleep on her lap. She was sitting on the floor. Those spikes on that bear's, that's a bear cub. Yeah. Those things look like Wolverine.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything on these friggin' things. It was unbelievable.
So, did you guys see the movie Nope by any chance?
Yes.
Because there's like an underlying theme of a chimp like going crazy. It's terrifying because, it was fictional thing in the movie, but
it's not inaccurate.
What that thing did,
yeah,
it could, that could have happened in
Well,
here.
looking back on Louie and Mikey, like they were cute when they were here, but I'm
Not a great idea.
no, it was not
Yeah,
smart. Like they're wild animals, and they shouldn't be kept in cages like
We
that.
also had the white Bengal tigers. Remember that?
Yep. Yep. That was well before Tiger King came out, and we didn't realize that any yokel could walk around with
the possum bowl doesn't seem so bad now, does it?
Yeah. Right. Let me see here. Okay, since we did mention snapping turtles, we got to go to Tom here real quick. Hey, Tom, morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, very good. Good morning to see you. Good morning, it.
Welcome.
What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I used to go camping a lot when I was younger, and I would always bring a friend. And this one friend, he was like huge into reptiles. He always had, snakes, lizards, turtles, and all that kind of stuff. So there was always like little kind of sitting ponds around. There was always frogs, snakes, turtles, and stuff. So we would go looking. And one time we didn't see this thing, but a huge snapper out of nowhere bit him on his ankle.
Snapper.
And it like ripped the vein out.
Whoa!
Like a mile away from the campsite, we had to run back, and I'm a fat boy, so it sucked. It was bad.
Did you guys have to wrap a tourniquet around him or anything?
Once we got back.
Wow.
It took probably 20 minutes to get back.
Oh my God.
He needed stitches. I think he got 8 stitches.
Dude, that's why one of the things that you see the lunatics. There's a guy who had I think a TV show. He's had not a tooth in his mouth, but he would go into the murky, muddy water.
Yes.
And apparently snapping turtles make for great turtle soup or whatever. So he just reaches his arms down in this brown muck and like pulls out snapping turtles. Yeah. And I it was almost too tense to watch the damn show.
Thanks, Tom. That's messed up. All right, here, this might be most exotic bite. I know we had tiger and ostrich and a few other things, but this says my sister got bit by a chinchilla.
Okay.
At Funimals in Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Funimals. As a kid, and still hates those cute little balls of fluff to this day. She asked for it, though.
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. We got roughly a minute before we will reveal what today's, or not today's, but this hour's keyword is for Preston and Steve 20 Money, because it happens 5 times throughout the day. So this is just stop number 1 for your chance to win a grand, so don't miss out on each and every chance. It's 8, 10, noon, 3, and 5 p.m. that we do that. But just a heads up, a little later on, if you've been one of the people who have entered for live band karaoke with Sidearm on the Preston and Steve Show side stage at the MM which is this Saturday, by the way, we're going to reveal who our singers are this morning. And so we have 10 people that have been narrowed down. Thank you to your votes. We very much appreciate that. So we'll get to that in music news, which will be roughly 10 o'clock-ish. And not only do those people get a chance to get up on stage and sing in front of a really cool, enthusiastic crowd, but there are four packs of MMRBQ tickets that go to each winner as well. So we will reveal all of that, and hopefully one of your favorites is going to end up winning. So we'll get to that, like I said, music news time. All right, we've waited long enough, and it is time to do it.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Shut the f*** up!
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money keyword.
All right, and the keyword for you is charge, CHARGE. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. You can do it through the MMR app at WMMR.com. You could even text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So the word again is charge, CHARGE. Let's get you that cash.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. So days after claiming a $167.3 million Powerball jackpot. A Kentucky man is behind bars, charged with kicking a cop in the face during a melee at an oceanfront hotel in Florida.
You would think that money would turn your life around.
Right? James Farthing, a 50-year-old ex-convict, was arrested Tuesday evening on felony and misdemeanor charges in connection with a fracas at the Tradewinds Resort in St. Pete Beach. Farthing was at the resort with Jacqueline Fightmaster, his 42-year-old girlfriend.
Well, there you go. She might be the problem.
Farthing and Fightmaster appeared Tuesday at a Kentucky Lottery press conference announcing the Powerball win, which Farthing is splitting with his 77-year-old mother. And on Tuesday evening, one day after posing with an oversized jackpot winner check, Farthing punched a male victim in the face during an argument at the Tradewinds, cops say, and subsequently to that alleged battery, a sheriff's deputy sought to break up an in-progress fight between Farthing and another patron. So while interceding in the brawl, Deputy Nicholas Aristazio reported being kicked in the face by Farthing. After reviewing body-worn camera footage, Aristazio stated that he, quote, observed the defendant winding up his right leg and kicking him in the face in an attempt to, quote, injure and or incapacitate myself. Aristazio said the kick caused him, quote, pain in my face and resulted in swelling and redness under his right eye. After being kicked, the deputy ordered Farthing to turn around, place his hands behind his back. The defendant refused to do so and attempted to flee on foot out of the hotel. Simultaneously, Fightmaster was actively engaging in an argument involving other guests and her boyfriend and was trying to, true to her name, fight the other patrons at the bar.
When you just won a crap load of money and announce it to the world, you don't want to give people a reason to sue you.
Yep. Busted for causing a disturbance, Fightmaster appeared very intoxicated and was yelling, screaming, and making incoherent statements. Farthing was booked into the county jail early Wednesday morning for battery on a law enforcement officer, a felony, and 2 misdemeanor counts, while bond has been set at $10,000 on the Florida felony rap. Farthing remains behind bars due to a Kentucky parole violator warrant.
Rag 'em.
Kentucky's Department of Corrections issued the warrant in response to Farthing's new arrest and the fact that he had left the state without the permission of a parole officer.
On the positive side, he'll have money to pay for lawyers.
Farthing's supervision in Kentucky stems from his conviction and 14-year state prison term for an assortment of felonies, including theft, receiving stolen property, drug trafficking, promoting contraband, escape, tampering with physical evidence, and engaging in an organized criminal syndicate as well.
I'm guessing his story won't be one of the inspiring ones they include in the commercial for the lottery.
Farthing was granted parole in March 2014, but subsequently returned to custody 3 separate times for violating terms of his release. He was last paroled in September 2023, and his term of supervision is scheduled to end in late August 2025. He's just, he's a piece of work.
Hey, you just won $163 million. What are you going to do? I'm going to kick a cop in the face.
That's what he did. All right, here's a follow-up for you. Kevin Markwood, the 20-year-old Pittsburgh Pirates fan who fell off a 21-foot wall past Wednesday at PNC Park, is awaking, making progress as of Saturday, according to his family.
It's horrifying to watch that.
Markwood was the center of a haunting scene during a Pirates game against the Cubs, where the crowd fell silent as team trainers and emergency medics attended to him. He was motionless after flipping multiple times in the air before hitting the ground. I was eventually taken off the field in the stretcher and rushed to Allegheny General Hospital. His girlfriend said that he was improving but still had some healing to do. She said he still has a long road ahead of him, but today brought a moment of hope that we'd all been holding on to. As of Saturday evening, a GoFundMe had raised $28,000 for him. The exact circumstances of the fall remain unclear beyond what was captured in a grainy video. Witnesses said that Markwood was excited that the Pirates were rallying, leading to him taking off his shirt and pouring beer on himself before an Andrew McCutcheon at bat, and it's unclear how he procured a beer. He's only 20 years old. The GoFundMe organizers defended Markwood's character and requested compassion for a young man who is still seriously injured. So he's improving. He's getting a little bit better, they're saying. All right, a Lancaster man is facing multiple charges after police say he burglarized a church while completely naked.
Again with the
according
naked.
to Lancaster Township Police. Corey Calderwood, 34 years old, was arrested on multiple charges, including burglary, indecent exposure, possession of a controlled substance, and drug paraphernalia.
Where do you put your thief mask when you're naked?
Police say that officers responded to reports of an active burglary around 11:36 a.m. Officials on the scene located Calderwood, who was seen breaking into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints while completely nude and under the influence of methamphetamine.
Jesus
Calderwood remains in Lancaster County Prison awaiting a May 19th preliminary hearing. All right, and then one last story. A UK man has been given a suspended prison sentence after admitting to setting fire to his own home twice in one night just so he could see firefighters in action.
Twice!
So arsonists are obsessed with fire, but 26-year-old James Brown has been described as having an obsession and a fascination with firefighters rather than fires. In an ideal world, he would be a firefighter himself, but things didn't work out that way, so he just settled for admiring firefighters from a distance and calling the fire department incessantly. When that wasn't enough anymore, he moved on to setting his own house on fire to see them in action. So they were sent to his house after the owner...
That's how he makes the call. Oh, it's him again.
Called emergency services to report a fire. He said sparks were coming from the electricity meter and some of his textile bed linens in a cutboard had caught fire. They put out the small fire and they disconnected the electric supply. Only 90 minutes later, he once again called the fire department to report another one. The second time, they put out bedding that had caught fire only to ask why this happened. And he said it was the electricity meter, but that didn't make sense because they had disconnected it. And so they started to suspect that the fire had been started deliberately. According to court records, James Brown filmed the firefighters as they rushed to put the fire out and seemed quite enthusiastic by the presence on his property.
Fire Captain Little Richard.
A simple background check showed the 26-year-old man had called the fire department 80 times in the previous 12 months.
Wow, man.
And Brown himself eventually pleaded guilty to 2 counts of arson while being reckless as to whether life was endangered. So it was just this guy's thing. Last month, James Brown was sentenced to 8 months suspended sentence for 2 years with 150 hours of unpaid work. And his lawyer said he's extremely remorseful.
Sure.
And is currently seeking help for his obsession. He has refrained from contacting the fire department since his arrest.
Well, thank God the system siphoned him out from actually becoming a firefighter.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we are here to recap an event that we had last Friday. It was tremendously successful yet again. It was the 16th year for Kathy's Cuts.
Give me a head with hair, long, beautiful hair.
And there's a lot of thank yous to go through as well. By the way, sponsored, by Live Casino and Hotel of Philadelphia and also Nemours Children's Health. So we had nice sponsors. And obviously, True Beauty Concepts in Southampton. They were amazing.
Yeah, they're always so great. We've worked with Denise over the years. She's one of the owners, and she just has everything so perfect. She's so organized, and everything is set up for the stylists to come in, and they just kind of roll their bags in with their stuff, and it was all ready to go. And then Gravity Hair Salon and Vibe Salon in Mount Laurel.
Yeah, and so we also had support from Duncan. They had supplied all the snacks and coffee and all that stuff, and obviously wigs for kids, which is what the whole thing was about.
The whole thing was about, yeah.
On top of that. So, you guys ready for the results?
Yes, let's hear this.
All right, so this year for Kathy's Cuts, there were 80 ponytail donations. And that brings the 16-year total to 1,567 donations.
That is amazing because you got to realize people need to grow their hair long to participate.
Yeah.
You can only do so many haircuts. They're not just chopping it. They're giving sort of a cut and something stylish.
Yeah.
And so it takes some time to do that. That's an astonishing amount. Kathy, we'd said early on Friday that you had 80 appointments, 81, 82, and everyone obviously showed up and delivered. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was really great. And, sometimes you get the women or anybody who, they want to cut it, but once it's cut, it's like they're in shock. I didn't see much of that this time around. I see it every year, but I really didn't see that. Everybody was excited to be there and ready to cut their hair.
In years past, there have been some tears on occasion.
Yes.
Not that they're not happy with their style or anything, but it's such a shock of seeing all that hair gone that some ladies have cried in the past.
The one woman who donated, I think it has to be a record, 33 inches of hair. I was like, "Are you ready? Are you okay?" And she was like, "Oh yeah." She's like, "Cut it off." She's like, "And I'm going to grow it again." And she had no grays in there, like very little.
Yeah.
And so it was 33 inches of perfect hair.
Think about that. Think about all of the kids. Think about all the people who, whatever the condition is that has them without hair, giving them the ability to live and feel a little bit better about themselves. And then you talk to a number of people, a couple people, one woman directly dealing with cancer, who everyone was tearing up hearing her story.
Oh my gosh, she was Steve. Yeah. I was okay when we went on the air, but prior to, like, me and the husband were tearing up, and she was so strong and completely fine telling me her story. And they were great. They were such a sweet couple. Elliot and Becky.
So looking at this number, 1,567 ponytails over a 16-year period, that's almost 100 a year.
Yeah.
It's per event. That's incredible.
Yeah, so the size varied over the years, like when we were at True Beauty, and then when we separated and we went to the salons, and then we went back to True Beauty. But yeah, I mean,
you lost a couple of years with COVID.
COVID, yeah. I think 2 years we skipped.
Wow. Well, you should be very, very proud of that, Kathy.
Yeah,
That's huge.
It was a great event, and we all loved doing it, and the salons were, super happy to be involved.
And to commemorate this wonderful achievement, we have something for you.
Oh, okay.
Kathy. So this is in honor of this wonderful event. So we have this great little award to give to you, Kathy.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, my gosh.
That is
so
pretty
nice.
awesome.
Right?
Yes, that's beautiful. I love it. And I love the clear. I like when it's the glass because, then I don't
doesn't show the dust as much.
It doesn't show the dust, and I don't have to add color anywhere. I like
and
the
also, you can place it right in front of your favorite wall.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know
I
what
can.
I mean? Yeah.
It'll show nice
Hand
there.
that over. Do you want to take a look again?
Do you want me to hand this to you?
Just throw it, Preston.
No.
Chuck it in the box.
No,
just chuck
I'll
it.
walk around.
It only weighs about 30 pounds.
I'll hand it over. I'll hand the box. Okay, I got it.
All right, that is awesome.
So it's a wonderful little thing for you to keep to remind you of
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
how amazing a job that you do. And
Yeah, that's really nice. That's great. Thank you guys so much.
And thanks to our MMR promotions team, Eric Simon.
Yes. The whole team.
Every
The
one
whole
of
team, each and every one of those
every one of Eric Simon.
Yeah, I mean, he is the team captain. He is the team steward. He is the team secretary.
If you're ever at an event and you need some help or want to find out what's going on, grab an Eric Simon and ask him where Eric Simon is.
Yeah.
And he's the best. He was there right from the start. He stayed until the end, and he made sure everything went smooth. And we did have some MM Army crew members that were there that were extremely helpful. Like, this isn't an event that you go to and everyone's kind of like standing around giving out prizes. Everyone is working and running around. So thank you to all of them.
Yes, for those who don't know, our promotions department used to consist of a few, like 3 people, and then they had assistants and all this stuff. And it is now one guy who does all that work, and that's Eric Simon. And he kills it every single time. The guy is a hard-working dude. And we only have this little thing called MMRBQ coming up this weekend that he's got to hold together.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And he's only doing this for a couple of other radio stations.
That, too.
All fine. And then Keenan's in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And Rodney as well. I mean, Rodney also was there all day with me. And so thank you so much to them. And wait, I just need to say, I want to give one little note because we've noticed this. Actually, we go to lunch afterwards, and I get to talk to some of the salon owners and the stylists and stuff. And it apparently has happened multiple years in a row. People sometimes think that they can go to those salons and get a free haircut if they're donating to Wigs for Kids. And it creates an awkward situation for the receptionist at the salon. You can't just go to these salons and get a free haircut. You get it at this event because we put the event on.
Yes.
You can go to the salon and pay to get your haircut and donate it to Wigs for Kids. That's fine. But unfortunately, the salons can't donate their time and their style stylist time every time you want to donate your hair to wigs for
that's
kids.
understandable.
It's one day, one event.
Right.
You need to sign up ahead of time.
Yes, yes. But listen, they know
You'd
how.
have every Wookiee in the place showing up.
Right. Well, they know how to cut if you do want to donate, and they have salons all over the place. I told you guys, Gravity is in Plymouth Meeting and Ambler, and then they're opening a brand new location in Flowertown, and then Mount Laurel, Vibe Salon in Mount Laurel also knows how to do it.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Kathy. Congratulations.
Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got some guests joining us shortly. Shark Tank, Mike and Michael are going to be joining us from Mad Mutz. They are going to be on. They were backed by sharks. Really cool, local. And our friends from Philabundance have something to mention as well. And we got some other things to get to. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And by the way, the word is charge for 20 money. CHARGE. Enter that now. We'll be right back. Finger in the cage.
Okay.
I got bit by a chinchilla.
Well, you see it all the time where people say, "Don't put your fingers in the cage," or if you get like a little like a behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I got kind of reprimanded. I've told this story before. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
But my junior high Spanish teacher, Mr. Huddleston, did some wildlife work with the St. Louis Zoo, and he would foster some of these animals. And when he had facilities where he could keep them,
like big cats, right?
Yeah, he could keep them.
Killed by
So
one, right?
yeah, so but anyhow, he brought in he had a mountain lion in it was a kitten, it was a baby mountain lion in a carry case, and he came walking over to the school. I'm like, no way, oh my god! And I stuck my finger in there. He's like, don't do that. That thing will bite it off. He's like, whatever you're doing, do it. And yeah, he was killed by a leopard in his backyard.
So that shows you how good, however good they are wild animals.
Yeah.
You know, you have to remember that. I was at the Philadelphia Zoo here, and we were back. They had an armadillo. I didn't realize this, but the larger armadillo is the kind you might find out in Texas. When they ball up, if your finger gets caught in that, it can break your finger.
Yeah, and those shells, whatever those things are.
The armor.
The bands.
The armor and the armadillo.
All right, we need to take a break. We're actually going to talk to a bite victim in a little while. Maggie, who's a shark bite victim, is going to be joining us. But real quick, I want to go. Somebody was on hold for a long, long time, and they just hung up. Never mind.
Well, don't worry about it, because we have a picture with a snake wearing a helmet.
Hey, we got smoking snakes.
Yeah.
And they have an Uber Eats thing on the back.
That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
We'll share this on our socials.
That's wonderful.
That's phenomenal.
All snakes really should have helmets.
Yes.
What if they take a spill?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get Maggie on in a little while, who's a shark bite victim in Stone Harbor.
Yeah.
So we'll get her on in a bit. But let's take a break and come back in a second. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. By the way, Northeast High School, you're up for coolest teacher. Make sure you let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. Text word teacher to 39333 if you go to Northeast, and we'll send you the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Is it Katie Kane?
Katie Kane.
Looks like candy cane.
Yeah.
And I like candy cane. Happy birthday, you.
And then a shark?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had the black bean soup.
Okay. All right. So happy birthday, Katie. All right. So I want to go back to the story we had in the bizarre file. Is it Mykonos? Is that how you pronounce it, Kathy?
Yeah.
That's in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Greek, Preston.
It's in Greek.
Yeah.
So a mother and daughter were there. They went to a restaurant. They were kind of talked into hanging out in this particular area of the restaurant, which is a sun deck that they have, and they sat at these chairs. And
it's apparently a popular location.
Yeah, it's a very touristy city.
Real beautiful view, right?
It's gorgeous. This doesn't surprise me, though. Like, a lot of the places seem to be a little bit like this, where you pay $600 for two
They're
drinks.
predatory, right?
And it seemed like so they eventually they were kind of nudged into ordering some food or anyway.
2 mojitos.
Mojitos and 2 crab legs, like just 2 crab legs.
Two.
Not 2 orders of crab legs.
Are you even
2
full after
legs.
that?
Right.
They were king crab legs. They are.
They're big.
In their defense, they are the big crab legs.
Yeah.
But they were charged like $640 or 600 euros for that, or they were going to call the cops on them.
They were threatened literally with not being able to leave the country. Now, I'm sure, no matter what,
that wouldn't happen.
No matter what the story is, that kind of predatory stuff will happen, as you were saying, Kathy. If you looked at the history of this place, the reviews are replete with
It's a
all
scam.
sorts.
Yeah. It's a scam. You know, it's one of those
It's a
scams.
scam.
Get in here. Come on in here. Oh, we're going to take care of you. And then at the end, oh, yeah, here's the bill.
Oh wait, so is this place is known for like bills like this?
It's now known amongst on the travel, like the TripAdvisors and stuff like that. It had that reputation. Now, mind you, it's a nice place, and everyone agrees the food and everything is quite good. However, 2 drinks, 2 crab legs,
Well, yeah.
$600.
My experience was a little bit different. In London, we ordered 2 martinis, and I forget what vodka we ordered, but it was because it was imported. We paid $40 for each drink, so it was like, or I think it was it was about an $80 bill for 2 drinks.
Did they wrangle? Did they wrangle you into it?
No, they didn't wrangle. We just
were
ordered.
the prices listed? Obviously,
No, we just they were like, what type of vodka, and we named it, and I forget what it was. And then
give me the $40 kind.
Well, obviously we questioned it after, and they were like, "Well, it's so and so vodka," and we were like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, you're not in the United States,
Yeah,
so
it's like Tito's or something
like
you
whatever it was.
you would get here stateside.
We had no idea, so we ended up paying $80 for 2 drinks.
I mean, I've already told the story on the air before, but when I had we were in that suite at the Eagles game, and I ordered wings.
Yeah.
And what I didn't know is I was basically ordering catering wings. And not only that, but like beers. I mean, we had so much beer. We were handing it out.
Three.
That was a mistake, though.
Servings or whatever it was.
That is a mistake. And what I'm curious about is if you do make a mistake like that, and it is a legitimate mistake, and before, say it comes and you're like, oh, I didn't know. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Will they sometimes go,
well,
so
even it was a mistake, but not only that, but the menu had prices on it, but even the prices were kind of written in a way that it made it look like it wasn't $500. You know what I mean? It was like, it was like $5 wings or something.
What was the final bill?
It was over $1,000.
Yeah, Casey had ordered off the catering menu.
I mean, they brought out, because I had ordered 2 orders of wings, and they were like, well, why don't we just bring out 1 order? They said
$1,000.
Yeah. Wow, 2 orders.
And did you
that hasn't happened here in 5 or 6 years. We haven't seen anybody do.
Well, so that's the thing. They were like, why don't we bring out 1 orders, and if you need any more, we can bring out more, because there was only 5 of us in this entire suite. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And when they brought out that 1 order of wings, and it was in a giant chafing dish, I was like, oh, yeah, we don't need all of these. And then they're bringing out, when we ordered like a beer, they brought out a bucket of beer.
Did you pay the bill?
So we were able to talk them down a little bit, and so the manager had to come out, and I said, listen, the way this is written on the menu, it makes it, I thought this was $10.
Put your mother on the phone.
Preston, so the name of this place in Mykonos is called the DK Oyster Bar.
Yes.
And I brought up, and you mentioned in the B file, the people go to TripAdvisor to rip on this place. They do. And so I want you, Preston, to just read these as I scroll through. All
right, the top one
reviews.
is the one from the story I just recounted. Here's another one. A scam waiting to happen on the unsuspecting masses of vacationers heading their way. The waiters tried selling us food. Each kept giving us different prices. We kept to drinks after hearing about the bad reviews. Another one says, I went to this place on a family vacation and was left horrified and ripped off. Asked several times for the prices. The waiters kept telling me it was cheap and not to worry. The bill was over 400 euros for a couple of badly made drinks.
I mean, it's 1 star after 1 star after 1 star. I feel robbed.
The waiters and staff are extremely intimidating, especially when questioning the bill. These people are a bunch of scam artists. I really wish I read more reviews before coming here. Wow. This one says, we were lured to dine at their restaurant by friendly, pushy waiters offering us comfort in the sun.
Oh, so this is a full-on scam.
Yeah, we were then pushed into ordering food from menus without prices, but the waiters seemed so energetic, smiling, impatient that we felt obliged not to be a nuisance. Long story short, we, a family of 6, paid almost as much for this one meal of our vacation as we did the entire hotel stay of 5 days.
Jesus.
And I can't see how the prices they charge are warranted. I'll never be coaxed off of the beach again. into any establishment without reading the reviews first.
Anytime somebody's like forceful like that, you know.
Yes.
Something's
I don't
gonna
like that
happen.
approach. I hate that approach. I never get suckered in on that crap.
My sister and I went to Paris. I was only 18 years old, and she was she's 4 years older than me, and there were high pressure people on the street, trying to get you into places,
into these various places. Yeah.
One of them was live sex on stage. I kid you not, it was in the red light district, live sex on stage, and I go, dude, and this guy spoke English. And he thought, oh, you guys are Americans. Wow. So he really started giving us the hard sell. And I go, dude, it's my sister. I'm not
no thanks.
going to, come on, man. You got to just come on in.
This is a good way to bond with your sister. You watch a 69 on stage. Or Swiss Nerf.
Las Ramblas in Barcelona is a little bit like that, where they're coaxing you into the different restaurants and stuff like that. But I ordered, if you go to a good restaurant or not, a place that's not going to scam you, I ordered a bottle of champagne, and the guy, the price wasn't on the menu, one of those. And
Be leery when there's no price that you can see written down.
But a lot of times they don't list the prices, and I had it before, and it wasn't like some astronomical bottle. But the guy came over and he said, I just want to let you know, this whatever version of what it was like $400. He said, so I just want to make sure you know what you're ordering. That's what a good restaurant's going to do. And that's when I was like, okay, no, thank you. I thought it was the regular bottle.
Then you go, did you look like I can? Do I look like I can't afford a $400 bottle of wine?
I must look like some sort of hooker.
No, I was like, you're right. I'm not paying $400 for a bottle of champagne.
Casey, when they brought out the $1,000 plus, did you say, how much without the buffalo sauce?
Well, here, going to Casey's story, Jessica has one similar. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell Casey, don't stress out, because I did the same thing. We went to Disney on Ice a couple of years ago, and we had 5 kids with us, and we were like, oh, can we get 5 orders of chicken tenders, 5 orders of French fries? And they brought back 5 chafing dishes of chicken tenders and French fries.
Oh my God.
And they gave me a bill for $1,600.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
I almost jumped out of the balcony.
But Jessica, let me ask you, were there enough people in that suite to finish even one of those orders of chicken fingers?
There was 7 of us.
Yeah.
And my oldest at the time was 7 years old. I had 4 little kids.
The fact that you listen,
same exact thing.
But I mean, is there a listing for an individual serving of chicken?
No,
no,
there's
but
a little paper menu on the thing, and it's there's no prices, and it's chicken tenders, French fries, fried shrimp, whatever.
So
I'm like, oh, let me get 5 orders. And at first they brought out 1 chafing dish of French fries and 1 of chicken nuggets. And I was like, well, that makes sense. For room, they just put it all in one big tray, whatever.
Right.
And then they came back 4 more times.
Oh, my
And I was
God.
like, what is going on? This is our, we paid $1,000 for this, suite for Disney on Ice to begin with. And they were like, oh, no, this is all you ordered. And I was like, oh, well, then we have a problem.
Yeah, we have a major problem. And that's why, this is the norm for them.
$1,700.
That's the thing. For these, the servers, that's the norm.
Well, they're used to providing food for a suite. However, if there's 7 people, like with Jessica's situation, and one of them is a kid, and you says, are you sure you want 250,000 chicken fingers?
Yeah, you have to explain. This is an entire dish that you're
Chafing
ordering.
dish.
Do you even with yours, Casey? They should have MMR.
Thanks, Kath. An event coming up with some friends of ours, and it's important that you attend. It is coming up on May 14th at the Pump House in Bala Cynwyd, and it is to honor the 40th anniversary of Philabundance.
Yeah.
And it's the Beet Hunger Bash, and we would like to welcome from Philabundance this morning, Christine Delmonte. Hi, Christine. Nice to see you.
It's so nice to see you, too.
Last time I saw you, we were doing tequila shots.
We were doing tequila shots.
Yeah, this was at the Camp Out for Hunger, Steve. It was the night of our acoustic, it was a Quizzo.
Quizzo.
That's what it was.
You guys were
Quizzo
tearing it up for Quizzo?
Yes, we were
And Christine's
tearing
like,
it up.
come on. I'm like, man, I even know
We
actual
started our tequila
shots.
journey together.
And so now,
I remember she was ready to go. I caught her at the beginning of the evening. She was ready to go. Yeah, you could tell.
Kathy, this is drinking drinking straight tequila, though.
Yeah.
This is not margaritas.
I know.
Tasting
It's
was
okay.
tasting.
I mean, I don't understand why you thought I wouldn't be into this.
No,
We looked for you.
yeah, I think we did, didn't we?
All right, thanks.
All right, well, enough
It
about
was lots of
tequila.
fun, yeah.
Enough about tequila. Christine, you're here to talk about the event, the Beet Hunger Bash. So
Yes.
please tell us about that.
We're really excited. It's next Wednesday. Can't believe it. We've been planning it for a long time. We kicked off our 40th year last May with a great big volunteer event, and we're going to wrap it up this next week with our Beet Hunger Bash at the Pump House.
It's amazing that this organization has been in effect for this amount of time.
Yeah.
It's done so much, you almost, in a way, think, it must have been around longer because so much good work has been done.
Yeah, I mean, we were started by Pam Rainey Lawler, who's still on our board today, out of the back of her Subaru when she saw that there was food going to waste here and people who were hungry over there. And
Yeah.
she kind of developed the whole system that we're based on today. She's still part of our board, and we're really excited to honor her and her legacy and the impact that we've had in the community. And the communities that we serve for 40 years.
40 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, and this is one of those events where, I mean, if you want some award-winning food, like
Yes.
really,
Yeah.
really good stuff, you guys have planned on that. And looking at the top name here, the host chef is a friend of ours, Nick Elmy.
Yes.
So that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. And so we were like, what do we know? We know food. Let's do food. Let's invite people to taste food with us. So we have lots of great chefs lined up, including our own PCK, which is Philabundance Community Kitchen. We have Chef Kai here today.
Yes.
He's our executive chef. He brought you a tasting of one of the items that we're going to be serving, which is cheesesteak toasts. I'll read you to the description.
Yeah, please.
It's a seared filet mignon, which was donated by Wild Fork. Cooper Sharp melted onions on homemade Italian bread, and a truffle cherry pepper relish.
Shut
Did I get that
up.
right? I hope I got that right.
Wow.
It's delicious.
That's a
We
work of
sampled it
art.
A couple weeks ago, they did some tastes for us, and it was so good. They're right back
Where's the
here.
food?
Yeah, it's
Hand
right
one
back there.
over.
We could give it away. We also have some pretzels from M. Wilson, who is a pastry chef and donating some food in her time to our event.
You know,
So
it's
we're
funny,
really
and
excited.
it's the case. By the way, this is you're getting the okay to go and eat. A lot of times at events surrounding Philabundance, if there's food served, I don't know. Yes,
Right,
it's
right.
okay to go
This is
eat
okay.
and have a fine meal because it's all going to a good cause.
Exactly. And we have like 20-something chefs of a wide range of wide variety of foods. We're going to have some gnocchis, some homemade pasta, we have some beverages that are being donated. There's a tequila donor. So we're really excited about all of it.
Well,
So,
tickets.
yeah.
How do people get tickets?
They could go to our website at philabundance.org and purchase tickets. We only have a few tickets left, but, we want the room to be full. So buy it up.
Woo, chef, that's got a little kick on it there, man. That's good
He's
stuff.
smiling, yeah.
Thank you to Kai, man.
Yeah.
Very, very
Really,
yummy.
really
That's a
delicious.
hell of a menu that you're offering.
It's a really great menu.
Yeah.
We're so excited, and we're just really excited to honor the legacy and the impact of what we've been able to do for people over the years, and to strengthen us for the years to come.
It's funny, years ago when we started the Camp Out for Hunger, we were with, there was, I think, the Greater Philadelphia Food Bank at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and they did fine work. But when Philabundance became, our main beneficiary of all of the efforts, the way things integrated, the targeted collection of food, where the perception that there was a plan and people were being reached in whatever quarters they were at and in whatever situation, and healthy food and those options and how everything was handled. It was just a quantum leap forward. And you guys have just been upping the game year to year. And it's, listen, it's a great part of the year is driven by what we're going to do with the Camp Out for
Absolutely.
Hunger. So,
And speaking to that, by the way, Steve, the NFL releases its schedule on Wednesday, May 14th at 8 p.m. And the reason we bring that up is that when the Eagles release their schedule, then we know when we can kind of plan Camp Out for Hunger because of the geographic space it takes up in the parking lot in and around Xfinity Live in the Wells Fargo Center. So next Thursday, the 15th, we should know a general idea as to when we might be able to do Camp Out for Hunger for 2025.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
And Steve,
that means you can get drunk.
Yeah, totally. I plan.
We'll do Quizzo again.
Like I said, we have lots of great sponsors. Well, you've heard this every year when we go to Camp Out. We're sitting right there in that complex. And if you look at the link, we serve twice the amount of people who fit in the link on any given Sunday.
It's amazing.
And we've been able to do that we're better together. You said we combined with the other food bank. All of the people that we work together with internally and externally, our corporate partners, our sponsors, are huge help in order to help us do that through our network of agency partners. We couldn't do it without you.
No, we love it, and it's what motivates us as a show and MMR, and it's something we feel proud of. But we feel more proud of just the massive amount of people who come out and donate every time, no matter what the situation is.
I want to point out that one of our own, Marissa Magnotta, is a co-chair on this
That's
event.
right.
She's a board member of Philabundance as well, so we have a direct connection in that regard. Marissa does all the work for us as far as that's concerned.
Yeah,
so.
of course, yeah.
Well, this is great. This sounds like it will be a lot of fun with some great food. And it's taking place at the Pump House in Bala Cynwyd.
Correct.
Where is the Pump House?
Right around the corner, down on Writer's Ferry. Thank you. Yeah, right around the corner from here. It's a beautiful, like, industrial kind of vibe.
Oh, cool.
Marissa actually helped us find it. She and Nikki, our other co-chair, have been really imaginative, creative co-chairs and helped point us in the right direction. Yeah.
Is this the brand new place that Nicholas Elmy just built? Yeah. Okay. So you have Lark and you have Landing Kitchen and
Which
that
are
hotel.
awesome. Yeah.
And now this is a facility that was built strictly for galas and receptions and stuff like that.
It's really cool space. There's a speakeasy. So we actually have a friend here today.
Yeah.
And this is Beet. This is our mascot, Beet. It's a beet. Yes. People are like, what's the radish? Or we're like, no, it's a beet. And Phil has a question. Do you see Phil's sign?
It says, "Will you go to Bash with me?"
We're bash promposing. You've heard of promposing?
Sure.
It's a bash proposal. So we are inviting the whole team to come down.
The whole
to us.
show?
Come get the whole show. Come on us and bring and get some food and taste all of our delicious.
Well, it's right around the freaking corner. We have to go.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
At any point, just for the mental sanity of the person inside that, did you ever entertain like an asparagus spear or something that could fit through a door?
Great idea. I sense another mascot design in production.
Yeah,
I love it.
You could call them asparagus.
Asparagus. Yeah.
Dude.
I love it. I love it.
that.
It works.
I love it.
Or Rita Bega.
Rita Bega.
We
If we
were
were to
working
use
on a
the word
squash once too, because squash hunger, beet hunger.
But beet makes most sense. I get it. You're beating hunger. So we would love to do that. That's awesome.
Excellent.
Well,
All right,
we're
well,
excited. Thank
we will
you.
absolutely promote this event.
Yay.
Tickets available at philabundance.org. Get them while they are available, because this is a big deal with a lot of great food, a lot of great restaurants, and Nick Elmy's behind it and all that. So Philabundance, most definitely. Excellent. Well, we are happy to get the word, Christine. We'll get the word out to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having us on, and thanks for everything you do for us.
You got it. Let's hear it for Christine Delmonte. And thank you to Laura and Amy and Chef Kai and Sadie and Haley, who are all here this morning, too. And we very much appreciate that. So we're going to move on to a couple other things, but thank you guys. And
Thank you.
good to see you, Phil, a beat as well. There is a piece of music I want to play for you guys. And in fact, I need to find out who sent this, because I got this randomly. It was just sent to me, although it's for all of us.
Is this the name right here, Press? At the very end, if you look at what's highlighted.
That's not the thing that I want to play.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay.
It is. Hang on, Casey. Let me take it from here. Oh, it's right there. Sketchy Rufus?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Oh, there's two different things that Sketchy Rufus sent. Well, Sketchy sent me just a short text, and he said that he took the audio from the time we had Cracker Carl on.
Cracker Carl.
Which is this guy.
Boxes of crackers.
And he said I was bored, and I wanted to put it to some metal music.
Oh, awesome.
And so he created this song. It's just a little over a minute long, and I thought I would play it for you guys. So you ready for this?
Yes, please.
All right, here we go.
Good to see you. Well, my wife and I moved here in 1980. 7 trick-or-treaters since we've been here. In 1980.
Do you think you might have had more were you to wear pants?
No, we live in the cartridges of candy, boxes of crack. We live in the cartridges of candy, boxes of crack. We live in the boxes of candy, boxes of cracker. We live in the country.
Oh, good to see you. They began to make a
you too.
And that's it.
That's terrific.
Is that not great or what?
That's so good.
I would like, we haven't encouraged anything like that in a long time.
Right.
Taking moments from the show and maybe, and especially now, it's so simple to do with things like GarageBand or whatever you may use for editing. But for people to just, we haven't had homegrown Preston and Steve songs in a long time.
We used to do it, yeah. It'd be nice to get a resurgence of that because we end up using that stuff for years.
Yeah, and you don't have to, it doesn't have to be original music that you write, or you don't have to sing and perform a song. But I miss the little remixes of moments from the show. And you know what? Have at it. If you want to do that and we like it, we'd love to play it on the air. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what this other one is.
I mean, I was hoping that maybe it was the Australian twins, but I don't know.
Oh, it is.
Is it?
Marissa says thumbs up.
Oh, let's hear that.
All right, here we go. And by the way, all these creations don't have to be like speed metal or anything like that. If you want to, that's fine. But let me go back to the beginning here.
Run, he's got a gun.
I think that's it. Hang on, wait. Good to see you. Hang on. At the end of the Cracker Carl one, I love the end of that. Happy to see you too.
Happy to see you too. See you too. See you too.
That's terrific.
Well, thank you for creating that. We do appreciate it. All right. Hey, something completely off topic. I wanted to bring this up to you guys. It was a Reddit thread that I saw, and they had asked the question, what is a cheat code that you have discovered in real life that actually works?
A real life cheat code.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were more than 9,000 people shared their answer. So they kind of boiled down and came up with some interesting responses. And these are things that you can just use maybe to make your life a little easier. And if you would like, if you hear this and it sounds similar to something that's a mantra of yours or an idea and you want to share it with us, then text in, Zoom with us if you would. If you want to text, that's fine too. But if you want to Zoom, you can text word Zoom to 610-660-9333 because we would like to hear hear from you. And eventually we get our phones back up and running and make it even easier.
We think of cheat codes a lot of times with video games. We think of like hacks a lot of times are referred to. So this is similar. Yeah. I love stuff like this, especially if they work.
Yeah. And so these are basic ones. These are almost just like interacting with other people.
All right.
So this one said, thankful people get more invites, more gifts, and more everything.
Oh, okay.
So take 5 seconds and thank that friend for inviting you over or for helping out with XYZ. It's 5 seconds of effort and you get return on it.
Yes.
So being thankful.
If you appear grateful, people respond to that and they want to do that again.
Here's another one. You'd be surprised what people will do for you if you just ask.
They'll touch it.
He said, would you touch it,
Just
please?
touch this, please.
He said, this person says, my mom was really big on you won't get what you ask. You won't get what you ask for. So I grew up with a lot of practice just asking for what I wanted. And when I took this to the real world, people were always shocked at how just asking for something nicely can get you exactly that.
Is the phrase you won't get what you don't ask for. That's what I've always heard, right?
Or, the answer is always no.
Yes.
Right. If you don't ask.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. It says, listen. Just listen. People love to talk.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
And you will learn a lot about who people really are, whether that's positive or negative. So if you kind of pull back and just take a moment to listen to what people are saying.
Good lawyers do that.
Yeah,
I understand that's a tactic.
A lot of information.
And they always say, listen to people when they tell you who they are.
All right, here's a more interesting, little less than just being a good person type of thing. So
piss on them.
This is when this is like a hack, a real life hack. This person says, when you order food in a line, like at Chipotle,
yes,
just stand there and watch them and don't move on quickly. they will put more food in there if you watch them do their job.
If you stand there and watch during the preparation in a place where it's visible, like Chipotle, they will put more. I've heard this before. I think this probably stands to reason, right?
Mm-hmm. I also heard that they hate it when you point at what you want, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, I want the white rice and the black beans and the barbacoa. Or
That's
the
a whole Gary Goldman bit.
Is it?
Yeah, the whole. He's like,
You're right, you're right.
You don't need to point. They know. They've been working there for a while. They know where the corn is.
I wonder if that's true.
It's totally true.
I've had situations, though, where like you're ordering something like at a bakery. No, this one. This where you actually have to point. And so
but at Chipotle, they don't need to know where the sauce is.
Right, yeah.
You don't need to point it out to them.
All right, so let me ask you about this, because I will point if I'm picking out like, fish or something like that that's in a counter. And it's kind of hard to explain which one you want. And you're pointing, and they have a different perspective. They're on the other side of the counter. You're moving your finger around. What I will do is if I see a shadow, if my hand creates a shadow in the counter, I will move my shadow to where it is over. Now, that means that my hand could be over here, and the thing I'm pointing to is over there.
Okay.
But I will move so my shadows, in case you see how my shadows here on the paper, I would like it for the word lesson. If I wanted to point to, I wouldn't go like that. I would have it so the shadows.
Yes. May I recommend something? Just keep a laser pointer.
That's a good idea. Around your neck.
There you go. That salmon, that cod, that perch.
That one right there.
Wrap them up, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to go back to something you said earlier. We were talking about listen, because it's not just listening to the words that are coming out of their mouth, but how they are saying the words that are coming out of their mouth. Because I will say, I went to go grab some food on Friday night, and the person at the counter, you could clearly see that she was, I think, in a moment where she maybe was a little bit overwhelmed. There were items that weren't there, and so she was really stressed out. And so she, sort of took it out on me, but I knew she wasn't taking it out on me. So I wasn't just listening to the words that she was saying, but how she was saying it.
Where was this again, Case?
I want to tell you because it's a client. But I'm saying, but at first it was sort of unpleasant.
Okay.
And I didn't allow that to make me be unpleasant back. Right. So I was like, oh, no, that's fine. I'm like, I'll just wait. And I was like, oh, it seems like you guys are really busy right now. I'm like, no, I'll just wait. And then her whole demeanor changed. And then she ended up loading up my dinner with a lot of food or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, it's not just what they're saying, but how they're saying it.
Okay.
If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. I can get that.
We have a person on Zoom. I believe we have Tom who wants to comment on a hack, a cheat code, whatever, something that works in real life. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. All right. Says you're a CPR trainer. Have you the one who's offered to do it for us?
Yep. I'm offered you some free CPR lessons.
Cool. Oh, good to see you.
We got to take you up on that at some point. Yeah. All right, so what's up? What do you want to share with us as far as a good cheat code, one that actually works?
So, cheat code that my entire family has been instilled in since we were children from my grandmother. And all you have to say is, remember. And then once you say it, the rest of us will repeat. Do good work and keep smiling. As long as you set out every day to do good work and do nice things for people with a smile on your face, you always get a positive reaction.
So do you repeat that actually as a mantra in the morning?
We say it to each other, my kids, every morning before I send them up to school, I say, remember, and they'll say, do good work and keep smiling.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
All right, now, what's that thing on your arm? We're looking at you via Zoom. What is that?
Tattoo I got yesterday at a convention in Philadelphia. 4 touchdowns in one game.
Okay, so that's Al Bundy. I was wondering who that was. That was from Polk High. He scored all those touchdowns. Wait, did you have that done? Was that done on the Moshaloo or on
the Warship?
The Warship. Yeah, that's Troy did put that together. It was a smaller tattoo convention on the Delaware River yesterday.
And you just got that?
You just last minute.
And you just got that?
Yep, I got that yesterday by a guy named Footshades.
I mean, looking at it, it looks like a piece of paper. It's like 3-dimensional. It looks like it's hanging off your arm. That's wild.
He's a world-famous artist for doing stickers that look like they don't even attach to your body.
That's outrageous.
Preston, when Preston's describing it, literally looks like a piece of paper is just hanging on his arm.
I thought you stuck that on there for some reason. Wow.
Are you just a really big... Are you really big Married with Children / Al Bundy fan, or why that tattoo?
Yeah. Last year, me and my family won as Al Bundy. My kids, 8 and 5, were Kelly and Bud.
By the way, this isn't on the side of the bicep. This is where people see it when you're walking towards them. It's a large bicep tattoo.
Yeah, that's what you had to see it.
That's amazing.
That's great.
That's really, really well done.
Wow.
On a similar note, did you guys see that NBA player who got put under anesthesia? He had an entire leg sleeve done all at the same time. He had like 3 or 4 different tattoo
Under
artists.
anesthesia?
He was asleep for the whole thing while I think he had like 3 or 4 tattoo artists all working on it at the same time.
So they did that on purpose so he wouldn't feel all the pain.
Yeah.
And he could go, wow.
You go under anesthesia, it's a little bit of a risk,
I know,
So
I know.
to do that for a leg sleeve?
Oh, no, it wasn't NBA. I'm sorry. It was a Tank Dell. He was a wide receiver for the Texans.
All right.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. Well, Tom says, do good work and smile.
Yes.
So that's a big
That's a good thing, a good
positive you can do.
mantra.
All right, here's another cheat code according to the responders from this Reddit thread. Promotion within many organizations is so much more about who you know than it is a demonstration of competence. Call it schmoozing if you want, but you got to recognize that we are relational creatures. We are all biased by relationships, and a little rapport can go a long way.
That's a given. I mean, you got that's why the golf is such a popular sport when you're looking to network or those things that put you in proximity to people who can help you. Now that maybe the modus operandi of why you're doing it, or you're just a naturally gregarious person, but it's part of networking. It's part of, that process.
Yeah, and I had always heard that, like coming out of college, it's not what you know, but who you know, and
And who you.
Well, no, but I mean that's initially, I guess, to get your foot in the door. But once your foot is in the door,
right?
It still exists. It is what who you know.
Here's a text of somebody. Here's a cheat code from somebody texting, and they said, "Here you go. Request fries with no salt, and you always get fresh ones."
That's true.
Yeah,
I can verify.
Yeah,
that's
fries with no salt.
Yeah, I mean, because they have to make new ones.
Right, they're always salted, right?
And then also, same thing if you order, like at a fast food restaurant, a burger, especially ones that are not as customizable, say like Burger King, because you can have it their way. If you order like with no pickles or something like that at McDonald's, you're going to get a fresher burger.
That is a hack that's useful.
Almost always. Yep.
What if you order a fries, no fries, where they just give you salt?
Guys, fries with no fries, please. Hot fries, hold the fries.
Yes. Here's your salt, sir, just the way you like it.
Here's another one. They say ask bartenders how they are doing and actually listen to their answer. I get so many free drinks this way. If you just sit and have.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up in your world?
Hey, come on over here.
Yeah.
Sit with me.
I remember being at a bar with Leanne and her husband. And it was at this bar on South Street. I don't know what I said to the bartender, but she gave me a drink. And Leanne, what did you say to her? And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, dude, I've been coming here for years and I've never gotten a free cocktail. I was like, well, maybe you should be nice to him. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, did you say Leanne and her husband? Isn't that Chuck?
No. Leanne Curtis.
Oh, right.
Different Leanne. I was thinking the same thing.
Leanne, and what's her husband's name? Oh, yeah, Chuck, our program director. Yeah, I think also because bartenders are routinely the people who hear everyone else.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you provide an ear and say, I'll keep listening as long as you keep pumping me with drinks.
All right, here's another cheat code. If you look stressed out.
Is this you?
No. I just thought of something funny. I'll tell you in a minute. If you look stressed out at work all the time, people will think you're busy.
Yeah, that's a Costanza thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Just look annoyed, and it looks like you're busy, like we're working hard.
Well, I remember Kyle used to say, walk fast. Kyle Eckel, when he was here.
Oh,
He would
really?
say,
Just walk fast.
Grab a stack of papers and walk fast. And it
People
makes
think you're busy.
People think you're busy.
That's true. All right, here's what I was giggling about. Has nothing to do with this.
All right.
But I have to tell you guys about this. Rochelle and I went to a porn shop over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
So it was to buy a gag gift for somebody. And while we were there, we were perusing the sex toys in this shop. And what made me think of it was cheat code, and you mentioned video games. Steve, I've never seen anything like this in my life. It is. It's something for a guy to stick his thing in.
Yeah.
And it is, imagine a PS5 video game controller.
Oh, wow.
You stick it in through that, and you have the handles right here with the controls.
Stop it.
At your thumbs. I kid you not.
How many did you buy?
I was.
So the unit
It's a handheld. It looks like a video game controller, but it's got a sleeve in it.
All right.
Where your Johnson can go.
And then you can
control it.
Like XY axis?
With the button. I don't know, dude, but I mean, it had the buttons as if you're playing a video game.
Wow.
With your.
Wow. What did it feel like?
I didn't take it out for a spin.
Want to go halvesies?
Yeah, right? Isn't that what your buddy does?
Yeah, let's go halvesies.
But I mean,
auto suck.
And I was like,
wow.
This is unbelievable.
All right.
I've never even seen anything and I've seen a fair amount.
I don't know, Nick, if you could, or if
I don't even know what to look for.
Can find
video game
male sex toy. No, it's not. It doesn't look like that. It literally looks
like a
PS5, 2 handles. Both hands go on it.
How much?
There's a directional pad on it. I didn't even look. All that stuff is expensive.
It's expensive.
For sure.
Crazy expensive. And way more sophisticated than I realized.
Which one felt the best?
That's why you got to go halvesies on them. They're so expensive.
It's not going to spend that kind of money, but if we go in halfsies, and I'll clean it before I give it to you.
The thing we ended up buying, I think it was called Sorority Slut.
Sorority Slut?
Yeah.
Is that
Does that look
an
like
outfit?
No, it looks like an Xbox controller.
Oh.
No.
It's not an outfit?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying, well, the person I'm giving it to might be listening, so I don't want to give it
Oh,
away.
okay. I got it.
Kathy?
Kath. We got you. It was for, wigs for kids and Kathy's cuts and all that, but I
Sorority
decided
slut.
not to give it to you. So you guys can't find that. Okay.
No.
It's all good. But anyway, when we said cheat codes, made me think of that.
Wow, man.
I am sorry for diverting our attention
No, that's
away
one
for a
controller
moment.
you don't throw when you're getting angry, though.
But I'd never seen that before. Okay, back to this. Real life cheat codes. This person says, my girlfriend charges organic produce as non-organic at the self-checkout. It saves us a lot of money over the years. Well, that's kind of stealing.
That's definitely stealing.
If you hold a gun on the cashier, they'll give you the money in the register.
Is that your hack?
That's my hack.
That's your cheat code.
I just found out this great cheat code.
Bring your gun.
I told you guys, I saw at the self-checkout, I saw the woman working at Whole Foods. She busted somebody trying to take fresh fish that was wrapped from the counter, and he didn't scan it. And she chased him to the door, and she made him go back and pay for it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Fish can be expensive. It's like salmon.
Well, and he was like, oh, I didn't even know.
I didn't know.
He played that
She
off?
was like, nope. She's like, and he didn't even take, she didn't even ask for the receipt. He didn't, nothing. She was like, go back and pay for it.
Wow.
I came in with this fish.
Busted. Wow. All right.
This
I
is my
think
support salmon.
2 more of these worth pointing out, then we're going to have to take a break here in a moment. But this one says, stay in a peaceful relationship.
Yes.
It affects every aspect of your life. You don't understand how easy life can be to be with someone that you can really get along with. Well, why would you leave a peaceful relationship?
Because you're a moron.
Yeah, right?
People sometimes are attracted to toxic relationships.
True.
Or dangerous relationships or whatever. And they find them to be more exciting.
Why don't you come over? I got that PS5 auto suck.
Danger.
But I'm married.
Somebody on our YouTube channel found it.
The PS5 auto suck?
Yeah.
Is it called the Power Glove?
No.
Oh, that was Nintendo.
That was
wasn't it?
Nintendo, yeah.
That's a good name for a sex toy.
Yeah.
It is. All right. One last one. And this is easy. It says compliment people. Not every time you see them, but every once in a
You're
while.
not as big a jerk as I thought you were.
And be sincere about it. They will be happy, and they will be nicer to you, and you will be happier as well.
Make them sincere compliments.
You know, I have a hard...
People don't like to be, placated that way.
Sure. I have a hard time complimenting, I think, females on
their jugs?
Right? I don't know the right way to say it.
Difficult to say.
Yeah, it is. I don't mean this in a bad way, but
I have a difficult time
Yeah.
complimenting females on their jugs.
Right?
No, because I just...
If you want to say somebody looks nice, how do you do it without being creepy?
Well, especially in this day and age, you have to, and I get it. I can get how it can come across. There is something to be said. If you're going back to when. I don't even know how to say it because I see your dilemma. But someone has brightened up your day in presentation. Can you say you look lovely today? Is that okay these days?
I don't
You look
know.
lovely today. What a lovely dress.
Well, if you look lovely today, then that's somebody you already know, probably.
Right.
If you're saying today, or somebody you see regularly. But are you talking about a stranger or both? Either one.
I would say I'm more so talking about strangers, but even people that are familiar.
Okay.
Right.
Say it
If
under their
it's
bed.
somebody you know, I say that saying they look great is a pretty benign way to maybe say, you look great today, man. What's
Yeah.
What's going on in your world? And your
What do you mean
jugs
by
are
that?
just massive.
Your jugs are huge and heaving. Thank you.
But I think if it's someone you don't know, Casey, if it's okay to, I think it's easier to compliment maybe their attire, what they're wearing,
Right.
I love those shoes.
Yeah.
Those are great.
Your jugs look great in those shoes.
I love the way your shoes are shaded by your huge jugs.
Can hardly see your shoes.
Yeah.
Because of how great your jugs
Can
look.
you
This is
see
the shadow
those?
from
Can
your
you see
jugs.
those beautiful shoes over your huge heaving jugs?
I can't. That's how great your shoes look.
Yeah. Hey, that shirt
is
really brings
one-
out the color in your jugs.
I can hardly see your camel toe.
But if it's something physically about them, if you see someone who has extraordinary eyes, those are usually one of the most
And they're
the things
above your huge jugs.
you want to acknowledge.
Yeah.
That can come off as creepy. And something you need to remember too: if somebody has beautiful eyes, chances are they've been told that many times.
Mm-hmm.
I think
You know what I mean?
it is so uncomfortable for a lot of people. I think any person to receive a compliment, men maybe perhaps are less likely to be the recipient of a creepy advance from a guy, so you can understand why it's off-putting to a woman to hear that.
So Kathy has a great smile. And do people stop it?
You ruined it.
She used to have a great smile.
Ruined it.
I would imagine people compliment you on that from time to time.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
And what if it's a guy you don't know and you hear that? Are you immediately suspect if they just say, you have a great smile?
I'm never I don't mind that stuff. Like even like the cat calls, that's kind of annoying, but that stuff never bothers me. Like if it's a compliment and it seems like a genuine compliment, whether they're hitting on me or not, it's still nice. Thank you, and I just keep going. Sometimes, hey, well, and also, can I get your number? Like, no, thanks. You keep going.
Yeah.
But whatever, the initial compliment was nice.
You've never been that way. I mean, and I think that's a fair thing. It's sometimes, sometimes it's just simply a compliment and just saying you look lovely today.
Yeah, I think as long as and you talk about being creepy, just
right.
And this is hard to explain, but just don't be creepy about it.
Yeah.
Just give the compliment, and that's it.
And move on.
Yeah.
Just let it lie there. Okay, semi-breaking news. We have Amanda and Christopher who are joining us via Zoom. Yes.
Breaking news.
And they know about this sex toy that I stumbled across.
yeah.
So they're gonna share it with us. Hi. First of all, thank you guys for joining us, Amanda and Christopher. Are you guys a couple? Are you friends? Are you what? Have you used this thing before? What's up?
No, so we're friends, and so actually we're just doing some research because we heard the comment, obviously watching the show.
Okay.
And we were over here dying about it, so we had to know what you were talking about.
Okay.
So we was doing a little bit of research. We think we might have found it because it said it looked like a PS5 controller.
Yep. What's it
I think
called?
It's called the Blow Station.
The Blow Station.
The Blow
Yes!
Station.
That's it.
Yeah!
This is it.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a picture of it. That's it. Look at this.
All right,
Blow
how much?
station.
So
He's right. So the handles that you would find on a PS5 controller,
yep,
maybe even like an old Sega Genesis,
yep,
and so it's on each side of the sucking mechanism.
Whoa.
Which is called the Zolo.
They retail for $280.
Whoa.
I just found it for $220.
Or 4 convenient payments of $70 each.
Now, guys, fess up. You've got one in the glove compartment right now, correct?
Absolutely not.
All right.
Especially when we're calling in the office.
Here's a feature that I did not notice because we're looking at a picture of it. You see it has it has a mount for your phone up on top so that you can watch porn, Steve.
Yeah. It's
while
amazing.
you are using the Blow Station. What were you going to say, Alexandra? Or Christopher?
Yeah, no, it's got a screen and everything.
It says controller style male, so it spells it all right out there. I'm wondering what the electronic readout on the top is for? Is that for charge?
Probably different vibration settings, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You know?
I'd have to guess.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
has,
at least it has a lot of customizability.
and it has a cup holder at the bottom, Preston. It looks kind of fleshy.
No, that's
that's where you put the.
That's where you put your thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Christopher and Alexander, thank you guys. You've solved the problem here.
We'll be sending one your way.
The blow station.
Blow station.
You can find those at zolocup.com.
Wow. Or I'll give a plug.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We went to Adult World.
Okay.
Adult World in North Wales.
Nice.
Or Montgomeryville.
Montgomery. Well,
that way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The
Home
only
of the
one
blow station.
No, I only know the one in Collegeville.
Yeah, for Ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, between Ridge and
right by the
Splits.
By that
Bakery.
chicken place.
Yeah.
Yeah, by Specs.
Specs.
And
Yeah.
Austin's.
Yeah. Yeah, we were out on the road.
Nice.
So I didn't do my local Adult World. We went out that way. But
No, you want to get as far away from your community so that you don't happen to see, hey, Doug.
Yeah. The blow
I
station.
was just picking up a blow station.
Yeah. $280.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I mean, honestly, especially since your hands can get the job done and one can hold the phone.
So listen and be honest. If no one's home and that thing's there,
absolutely,
and it's new and not used and it's yours to do with what you want, you'd have to try.
I tried it with a pasta maker.
You would have to try that out. It's too intriguing looking.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Yeah, right.
That was Casey, by the way, guys.
Yes. You have to.
Oh, we talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, we're looking at a video of it.
Oh my God.
Wow, that is
dude.
powerful.
That looks like that might hurt.
That might
bit
hurt.
aggressive.
We're looking at this thing in.
It's actually shucking clams.
We're looking at this thing in motion.
I'm less turned on.
Oh my
No,
God.
Looking at the graphic shot into the hole is a little horrific. This guy's getting his fingers torn off.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, great. And how did your penis become this
Wow. You know what's interesting? You know what might fit in there? A mozzarella stick.
Yes.
Yeah, from Mad Mutz.
But you need a really big one.
Those things are huge. They're huge,
yeah, I
dude.
know.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying this thing would work perfectly. You'd probably rip the
Oh man, this is disgusting.
breading right off of it.
Oh, boy.
You look like you're looking into the mouth of a mako shark when that.
Wow.
Let's move along here.
I'm turned on. All right. With that, I think it's a good idea that we take a break.
Yes.
All right. We're going to do
Which
that.
caller is going to get one of those?
And Mad Mutz are here. They were selected by Shark Tank, by Shark Lori.
How about that?
Very, very cool. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk to those guys and be back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us, my friend.
Preston and Steve.
Like her saying, okay, let's start off with one. Well, you didn't know what that meant. Like there should be, hey, are you,
All right.
you
so that's
understand that there's
250,000 fingers and 51,000 French fries.
Jessica, did you get the money thing worked out with them?
I cried and cried and cried and cried, and they took 4 of them off because we didn't touch them, and I refused to touch them. But it was still $200 in chicken nuggets and French fries.
Oh my God.
4 little kids.
Especially when
4 little kids.
you went the extra mile to get the thing and take the kids to see Disney on Ice, which I'm sure you were riveted by.
You get a week's worth of chicken fingers to take home with you.
Right.
But the thing is, you feel like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like
You do.
How did
You
I
feel
not
embarrassed.
know?
Yep.
You feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
You feel like, and listen, all the time there, like whenever I encounter the people, the wait staff, they're awesome. Like
Right.
they'll hook you up and they'll take care of you. But there should be perhaps a little bit better delineation between an individual, if they even offer an individual size,
Thanks, Jessica.
and a chafing dish.
So I had something similar, and I don't want to say where I was, but I went in to have a service done. And I was expecting one price, right? So I went in and so I ended up getting quoted this price that was basically 3 times as much as I had anticipated.
Right.
And I was so embarrassed that I couldn't pay it.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, well, hang on to, and so they still have my stuff.
I will use my mouth on you.
But I was like, okay, all
Did
right.
they do the service?
So there were 3 things that I needed serviced. I asked for them to service the cheapest one of the 3. I go, okay, hang on to everything, and then when I come back and pick this up, I will.
Why don't you just go get it and say no thanks?
Well, so I ended up sending an email to somebody else, because I dealt with somebody online. The person that I dealt with at the store was different. So then when I went home, I finally got the balls to go, I can't pay this. Like, I don't want, And so I emailed the person. I'm like, listen, this is what I thought was, and I was too embarrassed to say something and just walk away with my products.
You should have sent them a note like written in crayon. This is my house. I cannot afford this.
But I was and that's what it really boiled down to, was just me being too embarrassed to say, it's too
Do you think they were being?
me.
Do you think they were being predatory to you? Do you
No,
think that they
no.
Were, okay, you just got confused.
I just got confused, and I didn't know, going into it.
Right.
The other problem is, like, when you want to find out how much something costs, like, the internet doesn't really help you with that sort of stuff.
Right,
You're like, how much should this cost? And then the internet's like, well,
we don't know.
We don't know.
You know where this happens actually a lot is the nail salon. So I was sitting in a nail salon and I watched them. Do you want this new type of manicure? And the girl was like, okay, well, what is it? And there's a little bit of a language barrier. So they do their best to explain it to her. And she's like, all right, yeah, that sounds fine. Great. Comes with a little extra massage, whatever it was. And I was still there when she checked out. And it was a $200 manicure she got.
Whoa.
She goes, what do you mean $200? And they were like, well, we did whatever the nail polish was and this and that. And she was like, absolutely not. She goes, it took you the same amount of time to do my nails as if I were to get a regular manicure. If it was a 3-hour-long manicure and there was more time that went into it, but what
was their reaction?
She refused to pay it. She said, I am not paying this. She said, you can call the cops. You can do what you want. I am not paying you for this. And they did eventually just charge her what she would have normally paid when she, went in there on a normal basis to get a regular manicure.
I also, I just got a text. I was reminded, same thing happened with dog grooming. And so
dog grooming's expensive.
Well, and I know
if you don't know that.
And I know that, and I know going in, but I'd gone in the last time, and my dogs were a little hairier, a little bit more matted.
Like their butt hair removed as well, please?
Steve, these guys charge me hundreds of dollars.
Really?
More than what I'm used to paying. They charged me a matting fee, and they just shaved it off anyway.
What was the final charge?
It was like, Hun, can you text me and let me know? Because it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like somewhere between $300 to $500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
It was 2 dogs.
And now you have big dogs.
2 big dogs.
Yeah.
And Reggie doesn't do well with the dryers.
Right.
He gets like really anxious. He's not nasty. But he's also 80 pounds.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of like, okay, it is what it is. And, but I was like, but I was too embarrassed to go, I'm not paying this.
Right.
That's way too much. And then, and I don't know what it, when you just say it's a matting fee, but then you just shave over it anyway. I'm like, what's the difference if you're, there might be a big difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
But
a dog
it seems
groomer.
very pricey. It seems extraordinary. I mean, even for the size of your dogs, that's ridiculous.
Here's a text says, went out in Amman, Jordan, one time and ended up with a $3,000 US dollar bill that I had to argue down to $1,500 in Arabic, surrounded by a bunch of Jordanian thugs. He said everything is negotiable in the Middle East. It was a gentleman's club, and we were paying for the, quote, the girls' time and their $50 drinks. We didn't even get an effing OTPHJ out of the 3 of us. And so they had to argue $3,000. Wow.
That's insane.
Hang on a second. There was, here's one that says, hey guys, everyone should know that if they're in a foreign country, unlike America, if there's bread or anything else on the table, when you sit down, you'll get charged for it.
Yeah.
That does happen. Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, and when
if it seems like it's complimentary because it's sitting out, you need to be aware that you might have.
And as they point out with this place that started this place at Mykonos, they actually there is a menu online with the prices that are nothing like what this mother and daughter were charged for 2 crab's legs and 2 mojitos.
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
So quick story, similar to Casey, just being, not sure of something. My wife, it was her birthday. She's also about to give birth to our second boy. This was about 4 years ago. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take you out to a jewelry store. You pick anything you want. Mm-hmm. And I am a man of modest means. My wife is a person of modest means.
Right.
And so we go to the jewelry store. The lady was super nice. She's like, oh, let's look at this, look at this. And my wife was like, I would like earrings. So she takes us to display case. I'm wearing like mesh shorts and a T-shirt. So, she takes us to the case. My wife puts it on. She looks great. My wife then goes, you know what? I really don't. I asked the lady. I was like, how much is it going to be? She was like, $3 to $5. I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's like, oh, I really don't feel too good. Let's just leave. So we walk out of the store, and I go, Ray, are you okay? And she's like, you know those earrings she showed you? And I was like, yes. She was like, that was $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah.
And she knows, my wife knows, and it's a similar thing that you guys are talking about, being embarrassed. She knows that I would have been so embarrassed, I would have paid it. I would have been like, here you go. Yep.
That's the worst when you listen, and you're a hardworking person, and you're there, and you want to. And then when you have to really, and they do that on purpose a lot of times, they really hide the price and they make it small. So I'm just very over it. I want to see look at the price tag and say, this is what I'm looking for. You won't waste your time and you won't waste their time. But it is a little weird when you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I remember in my earlier years of wandering into a higher fashion store or higher-end jeweler, like a big name like Cartier or Tiffany, and starting to, shop for something Rochelle, and then they get to the price, and I'm like,
yeah, and you're like Steve Martin. The head turns.
Yeah, you have to try to play off the
stir crazy.
Yeah.
$1,000.
But it tests.
I gotta find that.
It tests your composure.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh my God! When I bought Claire's the engagement ring, and I was at a place in New York called Fortunoff's, and I'm like,
this was pre-Steven Singer days.
Pre-Steven Singer.
Wait, Fortunoff's sold diamonds? I thought it was like
it was actually in Long Island. It was known as the jewelry stores. This is if only I had Steven Singer at the time.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
I was sweating bullets because you're just getting started and you want to make sure that you also want to do something that she's going to like and at least be able to show her friends.
Yeah.
And I remember going in there and fortunately the person was very kind. Again, and we're not saying it just because it's, he's an advertiser, but it's the truth. It's the Steven Singer experience is a lot better. And they get this. They get that you're going to work within your budget, and that means all the difference in the world.
I remember asking a dentist, because I had to get it had to have been a root canal or something like that. And I was like, well, so I was presented with options. And I was like, well, how much does a root canal cost?
It's going to be some money.
He wouldn't tell me.
What?
Wait, no, wait.
Somebody in that office knows how much a root canal costs. Can somebody please tell me how much this is going to cost so I know?
Honestly, and it's the truth, and I implore you, you are the customer. Do not feel bad. Whatever your means, you're in there to give business to these people.
Yeah, you're entitled to that information.
You're entitled to that information.
Yep.
And if they seem secretive about it, leave.
Let me go to Chris. He wants to comment on the dental thing. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Yoo-hoo.
He just knew he prompted.
It's too early. I couldn't do it.
What's up, Chris?
First of all, I thought when I was on the phone I was dying because I heard an angel speaking to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Marissa." I love Marissa. When she's on, it's an A+ show all the time.
Oh, there you go. We'll let Bill Weston know that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, quit hitting on her and tell us your story, please.
Casey was saying about the dental. Yeah, be careful because these smaller offices are being bought out by larger ones, and they're pushing stuff out. My friend went to one, and they tried pushing all this stuff on her, and she's like, I don't even need it. Like
Zoom whitening and stuff like that, or
tongue whitening.
And then years ago, somebody went in for a procedure, and they came out, they got 10 teeth taken out, and none of them were needed because they're like,
that's not a good dentist.
Money.
Yeah,
dentist. Bottom line, you go into the dentist and they remove 10 teeth that they don't have to take out. That's not a good dentist.
While you're here for the cleaning, what about I remove all your teeth?
Yeah. It's
easy
audio of a guy who just got that done.
Wait, no. Wait.
Well, they're going to make the case that cleaning them is easier when you can take them out and put them in a washing machine.
Anybody think about that?
My friend had a medical procedure done, and they were telling her your insurance is likely not going to cover all of it. And she was like, okay, well, we're not going in. Like, you're not putting me under.
Right.
We're going in for this until I know around how much. And she said they could not, or they wouldn't give her a price. And she was like, we're not doing this till you give me a price.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Mike. He had an interesting situation one time. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was in Lauderdale with my wife on vacation, and we were at a resort that had a golf course attached to it. I wanted a cigar. So I go into the pro shop, and they have this nice selection of cigars. I go, oh, let me grab this one. It was like a Davidoff Robusto. I clip the end, walk to the register, and the woman says, that'll be $65. My wife looks at me and goes, you better enjoy that cigar, man.
And you were committed. You had to buy it. You had no choice.
I was so committed, man. I had all but lit it. I mean, the end was clipped, and I'm just looking at it like.
Look,
once you've done that, you bought it.
Mike was going to ask for a roach clip for that thing. He can smoke it all the way down.
I my cheek and gum to get it all.
Dude.
Thanks, Mike.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. All right.
My sister-in-law is from Greece, and so she texted me, and she said, I still will never understand why Americans go to that side of Greece. She said, it's all like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so there needs to be like an insider tourist information hub to tell you to avoid that type of thing. Wow, it's a big time scam. All right, well, listen, thanks for your calls. We appreciate it. We do need to take a break. I would like to, because we've got Tony Danza coming up, I would like to give away, do me a favor, Chris on line one, have him hang on. Chris is on hold for a long time. I didn't get to go to him and see if he wants some tickets to go to see the Bob's Burgers movie. And I'll take two other callers as well. It's a screening tomorrow night at UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. 215-263. WMMR from 20th Century Pictures. The Bob's Burgers movie hits theaters May 27th. So we'll give away the last of our passes now. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoo Day today. So text word tattoo 39333. Might win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Coming up a little later on this morning, we are going to talk to Jeopardy champion, current champion, Ryan Long, who's from the area.
Doing Philly proud.
Yep, he's from Mount Airy. So born
3-3 WMMR.
Thanks, Case. Were you? Didn't you the other day say something on air about not perfecting, but pushing the limits of mozzarella sticks or something like that, or to another level?
Well, I had essentially tapped out on mozzarella sticks. I was like, okay, been there, done that. Haven't had a really decent one in a long time. And then I was at a Delco establishment a few weeks ago, and guys ordered mozzarella sticks, and I kind of echoed the same thing. And they were like, no, try this one. And then I did, and it was like, oh, so mozzarella sticks are back.
Technology has changed, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Have you had these yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, that's why we're going to find out, because this mozzarella stick or these version have been creating waves. So much so, we talked about it on the Connoisseur a while back. And now they're being backed by one of the sharks on Shark Tank. And the company is run by Mike and the other Mike. And we have Mike here this morning. It is from Mad Mutz. Please welcome Mike Hauke.
Yeah. What's up?
How you doing, Mike?
Great.
Good to see you. You got to be doing great, man.
Tired, but amazingly great.
Good for you. Good for you. So you guys at Mad Mutz are in the Atlantic City area, right?
Yeah, so Mad Mutz, we manufacture out of Atlantic City.
Okay. And I remember I talked about you guys a while back. There was a story that leaked out about you guys. You remember what the source of that was? I don't even remember.
I mean, we've had so many funny / weird stories over the years.
Right.
I own Tony Baloney's too.
Oh, do you?
So we do crazy stuff, and we're always doing weird stuff. But I think Michael Klein ran into me in Atlantic City while he was eating like Peruvian chicken on the corner over by the warehouse.
Yeah.
And we just linked up, and he's like, "Yo, what do you got going on?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, we have this whole mozzarella laboratory." He's like, "Oh no, I kind of remember you make mozzarella at Tony Baloney's," and I was like, "Yeah, no. This is like a different ball game. We're manufacturing like 60,000 fresh homemade mozzarella sticks every day." He's like, "Dude, there's no shot." I'm like, "Okay, let's go." And I brought him into the laboratory, and he's like, "Dude, this is insane. I've never seen like a mozzarella stick lab." And I was like, "Yeah, well, like that's what we do."
Listen, I've never tapped out on mozzarella sticks. I mean, of the kind of stuff that you're gonna. I'm a sucker for them. Now, you've carried it to a new level. What was the initial lighting of the match moment that made you say, "I'm going to carry these to the level that they're currently at with Mad Mutz"?
So, I'm from Jersey, and in Jersey, we love our Mutz, our mozzarella, all things like that. And for me, I tapped out of mozzarella sticks a really long time ago.
Right.
I still eat them, by the way, just like I still eat. I'm like the garbage dump. So, like, there's nothing that gets by me. But ultimately, at Tony Baloney's, we started making, pizza, subs, you name it. And everyone's like, "Dude, how do you not have mozzarella sticks?" And I was, because they all taste the same. They're all made from the same block, low moisture, processed garbage. They bread them up. Maybe one's Italian, maybe one's normal breadcrumbs. And I wouldn't carry my menu. So I then started making fresh mozzarella for farmers markets. I taught myself how to make it. And then I was like, wait, how come there's no flavored fresh mozzarella like truffle or Calabrian chili? And I invented flavored fresh mozzarella, as stupid as that sounds.
No, it doesn't.
And then I was like, well, how come these aren't in mozzarella sticks? And the truth is, you can't fry fresh mozzarella. It's too moist to fry.
Okay.
It explodes everywhere. You can't handle it. And for a restaurant, Tony Baloney's, high volume, there's no way. You'd have customers mad at you, pissed off all the time. It took me 7 years to come up with a process to make the cheese retain its fat, retain its moisture, all different crazy flavors, like the jalapeno popper mozzarella stick with jalapeno cream cheesed mozzarella with a pretzel jalapeno crust. And to get it so that a restaurant like Tony Baloney's or anywhere, now we have thousands of restaurants that buy them and use them, can actually perform on the menu, fry them up, give them to customers. The customer eats them. The customer, like my wife, when I said, "Oh, try a new mozzarella stick," she's like, "Man, I'm not an effing kid. I don't eat mozzarella sticks. It's garbage." I said, "Yo, try these." She eats the Nona. Oh my God, this is like real mozzarella. I'm like, yeah, it's homemade fresh mozzarella that we get from a few farms in upstate New York and Vermont. It's all vegetarian, no processed, no garbage. Like, it's real.
That's wild.
All right, couple things. Number one, I didn't know the name Mad Mutz meant mozzarella, because I say mozzarella.
Yeah.
So I think I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's like I think when I go to Italy, I've been going to Sicily for 20 plus years, and literally they speak, and we have our own Jersey, Brooklyn, South Philly slang where they laugh at us. They're like, "You guys are out of your minds. Like, you literally are out of your minds." Yeah. But for us, it's like, we say, "Ooh, the mozzarella." Like, that's not how they say it, by the way, in Italy. But we say Mutz. It's Mutz.
All right, so what I didn't know is it's fresh mozzarella, because you guys know the difference.
Yes.
Between fresh mozzarella
When you have
and the
it,
processed stuff.
Yeah.
Generally, when you get like mozzarella sticks without any breading on, the ones that are cold, you bite into it. It's a firmer, more rigid texture to it. The fresh mozzarella is softer. It's more inviting to the mouth, I think, when you bite into it, and it has a little bit of a different flavor to it as well. So I didn't think about that. That stuff is made in a vat of water. I mean, it just takes in tons of moisture, and you can't add water and oil. I mean, that's where you get, like you said, it's going to explode. So you managed to create a technique to where you can bread and fry fresh mozzarella.
And not only that, we make different flavors. So like the hottie, it literally is an aged cheddar style fresh mozzarella that we make in-house. It's bright red, it's spicy, Calabrian chilies, 10 different peppers. It almost takes the flavor profile of like an aged cheddar. The outside is bright red. It looks like a flaming hot Cheeto, Taki, you name it. It's not. We make them all. It's not artificial.
I'm going to try the hot one. Let me try like a...
Well, you want the hot one? You want to?
No, I don't want to try hot one.
You want to like sit in the toilet for the next 5 days?
I don't want super spicy.
And yell like a kid?
Give me what a first timer should try.
Try the hottie. The bright red one, hottie. It's like a dry. It's like aged cheddar, spicy Calabrian chili mozzarella.
I don't want something crazy spicy.
You're not going to hurt yourself.
You okay?
You're not going to hurt yourself.
All right.
All right, take it out for a spin.
Just kidding. You're going to cry now.
What was the one where you have to sit on the toilet for 5 days?
No, so these are the Lucifers. These are 2.9 million Scoville unit
Jesus
Carolina
Christ.
Reaper charcoal
Nickel
crust.
idiot.
No.
Check this out. It is black mozzarella.
Dude.
No way.
It is from Satan's butthole straight to your mouth all day long.
Jesus.
But it's actually amazing. It tastes really, really, really good.
And people like those?
Yeah, pass these around. Oh, they love them. We had cacio pepe.
What's the pretzel one you were talking about?
I don't know if I have the poppers here.
Oh, man, that's the one I want.
But I got
your
some Nona's. You pass these around.
Yeah, Nona's.
These are the truffler. So we use Urbani truffles from Piedmont, Italy. It's truffle fresh mozzarella. It's truffle batter. It's a truffle panko crust we make in house. Pass them around. We got the Lucifers. We got
This one's smoky. What's this one?
That's the old smoky. So we smoke the mozzarella, we smoke the batter, we smoke the breadcrumb crust, the flavor profiles through and through. We want you to catch the Holy Ghost every single time you eat a mozzarella stick. Wow. And by the way, my kids, I have a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. The old smoky and the hottie are their two favorites.
Okay.
You wouldn't think that because they're kids. They want plain garbage mozzarella sticks. No. That's what they want when they come to Tony Baloney's and other restaurants. The kids not only eat them, but then the parents are like, oh, no, I'd eat these too. Instead of being like, yeah, it's a mozzarella stick. I guess we got to get them for the kids.
Yeah.
So the concept of a lab makes sense because you literally had to go against science to make these things present and cook right now. So you buy a box of these in your home. You can air fry them? How do you prepare them?
So we make them, right, so that you can air fry them at home. And by the way, anyone who uses an air fryer, you got to preheat your air fryer. If you don't preheat your air fryer, it's basically like using a garbage microwave that you're hacking. Preheat your toaster oven, preheat your air fryer. 4 minutes at 400 degrees preheated, you have restaurant quality, amazing. Toaster oven, convection oven. If you're really that hammered at nighttime and it's 2 in the morning and you want to microwave them, I mean, do whatever you want. We suggest you don't microwave mozzarella sticks.
All right, Mike, so you got a great product. You know it. People are responding well to it. Why Shark Tank? What's what are you hoping to get? Why couldn't you take it to the next level on your own?
So, owning Tony Baloney's for now 15 years. We have 3 locations, Hoboken, Jersey City, Atlantic City. I then had the Mozzarella Laboratory before we created Mad Mutz. And we started gaining interest from like ShopRite, the Ravitz family. They own the ones over in the Cherry Hill area. We started gaining interest from restaurants in Canada, California, Colorado. We're shipping these things everywhere. And I called my buddy up, Michael Burns, and I said, listen, he owns businesses, real estate investment companies, and all this crazy stuff. And he's a very organized person. I'm all over the place. I'm running around like a lunatic. And I said, listen, we're doing it, but like, I got to make this a real business. I want to make it a real business. On top of that, we're gaining interest that's forcing my hand to get the job done every day. But there's only so much I can do.
And I assume at a certain point it was eclipsing your original business as it starts to take off.
We'll start becoming a thing where people go into Tony Baloney's in Hoboken or Jersey City and say, hey, I want to buy a case of these. I heard you guys sell them by the case. I'm like, well, we're in Restaurant Depot.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, but I want to buy it here. And it's like, no, it's two different things, by the way.
Yeah.
And it became like really cumbersome. So he's like, let me see what's going on. He hopped in full steam ahead. He's been like, 100% on from his other businesses to Mad Mutz now. And I was applying for Shark Tank at the time. And I'm getting buried in paperwork and applications. And by the way, to a regular, normal person, it's probably no big deal. To me, I'm spinning a million plates. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. I got to fill out like a 5-pager and I'm like freaking out. He's like, I got it. Let's work on this together. So he really, got together with me. We went through the process of applying for Shark Tank. It was like a 6 to 8 month process. It wasn't easy. It's like 3 million apply for the show every year.
Right.
Then it goes down to 300,000. Yeah. At 300,000, maybe they put an email out. Then at 100,000, you get a phone call maybe. And then at 30,000, you get a couple phone calls. And then when it gets to 100,000, they take you a little more seriously and ask you for more information. And through that process, we got under the hood of the business, obviously. We started developing different things and new things to make the business more efficient.
Did you guys stand out because you had proven yourself with another business already? Did that help you sort of cut the line a little bit, or did that matter at all?
I mean, I don't think that they were really looking at that. Like Tony Baloney's and they asked like lifetime sales and what do we do and I have a farmer's market. We have a food truck at Tony Baloney's. They weren't maybe so interested in that, I don't think. I think they're more like the product. They like the brand.
Yeah, that's what they go
something.
after. Yeah.
And the thing that we continuously heard at Tony Baloney's and, from Shark Tank or whomever was like, I've never seen flavored mozzarella. And I'm like, well, yeah, I invented it 12, 13 years ago, A. And B, it's really difficult to make. It takes 12 hours minimum to get your mozzarella that otherwise would take 15 minutes in a thing with a bowl and a spoon. It's not an easy thing. And then to then be able to fry it is another arduous task.
Yeah.
That, so between these things, the common theme was like, I've never heard of this. I want this. And we hear that, by the way, from restaurants. We hear that from people at home.
That's great, man.
The Ravitz family's like, we want this in our store. And I was like, sure. Like, we want to put in Ziploc bags.
Yeah.
And what do you want me, what should I do? I don't know.
It's the preparation. It's the perfecting the way you're preparing it, but it's also the packaging and how you store it and how the instructions that are on the box. People don't realize the 9 million okay, I got a great product, and then the 9 million levels that happen after that.
And plus, the minutia and the attention to detail on every little thing, whether it's because of the FDA, because of you name it, this is all new to me at least,
Yeah.
And going through that process was amazing because I learned a lot. And then learned that everyone cooks it in their own way, even if they deep fry it at home, even if they air fry it. Everyone has their own barometer of what is right or what is wrong. Mm-hmm. The good news is that, we've narrowed it in with our process. And even like nonas, even like old grandmas that eat this product are literally like, oh my God, this is actually molto buono. and usually I would think they'd be like, no, this is schifo. What do you know about this from Jersey? And they're like, wow, this is really good. And Sicily, I bring them to Sicily. They're like, wow, this is really good. So across the, either you're a kid in the Flamin' Hot Cheetos style stuff, or you're an old school grandma, you can appreciate it.
All right, well, tell us about the Shark Tank experience. They narrow it down. You guys find out you're going to be on the show. Yeah. What's the next step after that?
So basically, through a very long and good process, by the way, their whole team and people that are your handlers, if you will, or your producers, they're really on board and they're with you the whole step of the way. So they don't just leave you, fill this paperwork out and go. Yeah. They really, want to see you succeed and they want to make sure that you're the right fit for the show. I think is really the most thing, important thing for them.
Right.
But then basically you get picked to be in the show and you go out to California, you do your filming. We filmed in September. So I've kept this a secret from September until
it's like an NDA you have to sign, I'm sure. Right?
Yeah,
can't say anything.
Nothing. And then we're able to announce that we're going to be on it. So then naturally everyone is like, hey, what happened and this and that. My kids are at school, their teachers are like, what happened? And my kids, 6 and 9 are funny individuals, by the way. They're wild. My one kid who was like, oh, that show, the Nothing Show? I don't know about that. And the
Nothing Show.
The Nothing Show.
I'm going to be like one of you. I'm going to ask questions because when the presentation that comes in the beginning, you came in as like a crazy scientist and all that stuff.
Wearing a big green wig.
Is that something you come up with or do they have people help you with that?
No, we came up with all those things. I mean, they embraced a lot of the stuff that we wanted to do. I don't think they really pushed back on much. The truth of the matter is, clearly there's the entertainment component of the show and they want something that's worthy. The other piece is that they make you realize before you open those doors, by the way, you're about to enter the doors. I know you want to be a circus clown. That's what you do. Ha, ha, ha. By the way, this is only a few weeks out of their career every single year. They're real business people that run multi-billion-dollar companies. Oh, and by the way, good luck. Hope you get your ish together. And you're like,
all right. So as you walk out there, you've never met the Sharks before, or did you?
Never met them, and they have no idea who's going to be on the show either.
Okay, so they don't know.
Zero knowledge.
Okay, then I was wondering what parts of this are legit and what aren't. So,
no.
So you walk out there, and when the deal is done, when the handshake is done, and we'll go through how your deal went. But when the handshake is done, that's binding. I mean, they have to hold to it.
I mean, I don't know the specific nuance, but the goal is that it's binding. The goal is that what you said and what you did, and I'm a handshake kind of guy, so for me, it's this is what we're doing.
And for the show to be legit, it would have to. They can't go back on anything like that.
So I think between those things, what you do realize, aside from anything else, is that these sharks that are up there, they are not there. There's entertainment value. Obviously, it's good for brand, you name it. they literally are going for a deal or not.
These are business
They are
deals.
serious about asking you questions about numbers, unit economics. Like, they don't mess around with that. You were up there, and everything that's like entertainment value in your stupid wig, I'm just like,
Were you up to snuff? I assume you did a bunch of studying prior to this, so that you can watch the show and know what they're going to ask you about, so you were ready to go.
I mean, surprisingly, no. The all the preparation that was done, like myself and Michael, we own and run the business.
Right.
So we have to inherently know a lot of things about it. The unit economics, the margins, landed cost, all those things. But then there's other stuff that it's way more high level.
Right.
That I otherwise maybe wouldn't know about. I did my research on that. I was prepped on that. My partner knows a little bit about that stuff, or a lot about that stuff. And luckily we came in there guns blazing, and I could answer every question they had. I messed up on a couple of things, like the nutritional label that Mark Cuban dinged me on. but in my brain, I wasn't thinking about it. I was just like, I want to put together a good package, and
If you're just tuning in, it's Mike Hauke from Mad Mutz, the mozzarella laboratory, who's here with us, and had successfully gone on Shark Tank and got an offer. So when you were going in, what kind of deal were you looking for? Because there's usually, a certain percentage of ownership and a certain capital that they want to add. What were you looking for as you went in?
Yes, I mean, we had our valuation down pretty well. We understood why it's justified and what we're asking for is reasonable. Ultimately, we put together a package for Lori with a medium T-shirt, sweatshirt, beanie, and hat with her name on it, and a note sealed in a box, and brought one package to the show in hopes that Lori would be the shark that we could get.
Dude, that's unheard of.
That's who we wanted to go for the entire time. Not that Mark Cuban's not the man, and Mr. Wonderful is, a savage in his own right, and Damon John has done his thing, proven time and time again. Barbara Corcoran, I love. Robert Herjavec is a beast. But Lori, to me, was like, no, if this is a product that we want to translate for A, the home user, and B, do a better convincing job that a restaurant can do better and actually can make more money off of this and can utilize these things, who would best translate that and be a good business partner for us?
And she kind of she has more of a history with stuff that's at least similar in a way to what you were doing.
Yeah, she knows the frozen food section. She's in every major retailer known to Earth. QVC, she's the queen of QVC, you name it. And, in working with her since January now, she's a good person, which is that's how I hire people, by the way.
Right.
So anybody out there, I'm like, you're the best pizza maker. I'm like, I don't care. You got to be a good person. But if you're a good person, if you genuinely care, and then on top of that, let's figure out how to do better and figure out how to do it the right way.
Awesome, man.
And that's our mantra too. It's not about taking over the world in one day. Yes, we want to take over the world and spread mozzarella sticks everywhere for Mad Mutz. Although, we want to do it the right way. And we knew she was the perfect partner from the start, and we're confident in working with her since January that she is that.
So how much money were you asking for, and what kind of ownership?
We asked for $150,000 for 5%.
Okay.
Which on paper makes sense. That actually is a good valuation for what we do and what we do it. Maybe even undervalued. Ultimately, in going on the show, one part of it's about money, but the other part of it really isn't about money. And there's the intangible thing out there of someone that understands things. It's like me coming in and showing someone how to make a pizza that's never made a pizza. You could mess around for 2 years to try to figure it out, or I can come in literally in 5 minutes.
Show you how to do it.
And give you the whole playbook, and you'll be able to make an awesome pizza.
Right.
So for Lori, it's same kind of thing. We didn't want a massive runway. We wanted someone that could literally talk the talk, walk the walk, and stretch the mutz.
Yeah.
And so what'd you get? What'd you get?
We did $150,000 for 20% equity stake.
So did you have that percentage in mind that there was going to be? We needed some lee room.
We probably would have went higher anyway. I don't know.
Oh wow!
Really?
Okay.
I don't know. If it was my partner, I think he would say different. Yeah. But I'm easy. I'm like, I like you, and you like our mozzarella sticks. Oh wow, this is awesome.
That's exactly how
do it.
I would lose it in negotiating so badly. I'm like, oh, Lori likes it. Let's go for it.
She's pleasant. She's attractive.
Yeah.
She's got that way about her.
Yeah.
And you would buckle. But so you get this done in September. I assume everything is now in motion. And how's it looking? How's sales been? How are things progressing?
It's been absolutely crazy since then. We're getting, tens of thousands of direct-to-consumer orders via our website to ship. So our lead time now is actually we're clearing our plate this week, so it should be good. But a lot of packages shipping all over the world, by the way, not just the U.S.
Nice.
We started at the Ravitz Family ShopRites, which is like Mount Laurel, Cherry Hill, Marlton, Evesham. Awesome family, by the way, awesome stores. They then helped us get into and work through the system. Now we're with the ShopRites in Summers Point, Marmora, Rio Grande. We're expanding through their store system. Also, awesome family. And then we have interest from a lot of places. Actually, I'm leaving here and going to DeBruno Brothers.
Really?
Which is insane. I've eaten and bought stuff at DeBruno Brothers for years. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. So we're meeting with them. And then after that, we're going out to somewhere else. And the interest is wild. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. It's coming fast. We're shipping pallets out to Colorado for distributors, California.
Dude, you guys are tailor-made for like Costco and stuff.
Yeah.
When you hit that, that'll be...
Yeah. But there's a lot of crazy stuff in the works. But again, like we really want to make sure that, the saying is, I guess, crawl before you walk before you run, and all that stuff.
Grow the right way. You don't want to, because we've seen through the years that we've done this show, and we've had businesses come through, and we've seen them. They have a great idea, and they start to take off, and they go too fast, and then they collapse, or they try to add too many side things, and then they collapse.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're with the right person who's going to help guide you away from that. But let me ask: is there, with mozzarella sticks, is there the evolution, or is there another product you have in the queue that you might be working on as well?
My brain is like a demented hamster on a wheel, right? That maybe is drunk too.
Yeah.
That is running around like an absolute maniac. So the answer to that is absolutely yes. There are so many products in the pipeline, flavor profiles, you name it. A lot of stuff that like people want. Like I've, over the years thrown it out there and like would work very well. Although right now we are focusing on our current lineup. We're going to do some seasonal flavors that we have lined up. And to us, it's like, the mozzarella stick has been so static for so long. And even with people that, even at Tony Baloney's, like we would take the block and test it out. I never put it on the menu because I couldn't bring myself to it because it wasn't great. And different flavors and different profiles. But ultimately, it's been so static for so long. And people are so used to this cheese glue block that's been cut up. And it's true.
No, you're right. I just had, listen, I was just going to taste one. I ate all three that were in the box here. I'll tell you this, to bite a mozzarella stick and there's moisture, and that there's actual, and there's a difference in taste. That's amazing. They are phenomenal, man.
Yeah, I agree. It's next level, definitely.
Next level.
It. Wow.
So
all right.
It's exciting. A restaurant has them on their menu that I didn't even know had them on their menu. I go into a place, I'm going to eat pizza. What are you doing eating pizza? You're Tony Baloney. I love pizza. I'll eat pizza anywhere. And then the sticks come out, and I'm like on the menu. Wait, dude, oh my God, Mad Mutz. And then it comes out, and they cook perfect. And I'm like, hey, by the way, I make those. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, right.
It's amazing. And they're like, oh, we love them. Oh my God, they're so much better. Our customers like them. And I'm just like, wow, that is freaking amazing.
Well
Good
done,
for you
man.
guys,
Well
man.
done.
Thank you.
This is so cool, and I love that your focus is on good people and all of that. That means the world. And I'm happy to hear that Lori's a good person too. So that's really cool.
They all seem cool, by the way. All the sharks.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, we got to take a break, but Mike, we're very happy for you.
I appreciate it.
Fun.
Thanks for having me.
You're a passionate guy. We can tell, and we're happy that that you're taking off to the next level. That's awesome. All right, give some love to Mike Hauke, guys. Mad Mutz Mozzarella Laboratory winners. I guess you call them winners on Shark Tank.
Yeah,
but
winners, yeah.
That's awesome, man. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you,
Appreciate it,
thank you,
buddy.
thank
All
you.
right, stay with us, gang.
Preston and Steve.
And moved to Ben Salem at the age of 9. We know a little bit about him, but we're going to find out more when we talk to him around 9 o'clock.
Oh, he's from Bucks County. He's so smart.
He's so smart,
Yeah, I
so
figured.
intelligent. So
He's not from Bucks County. He's from Philadelphia.
But he moved there at
Kinda like how
9
you're
where he
not
got
from
his
Bucks County.
education.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have this
Well,
little
have him tell
debate
us,
with
yeah.
him later on this morning. But in the meantime, I saw this article. I thought it was very interesting, and it was essentially a forum. People had shared their stories of rules that were put in place because of them.
Oh, okay. I like
So
this.
You did something, and whatever you did, from there on, there was a rule. You can't do that anymore. And I was picking my brain, and I know it's had to have happened to me. I know I've done something before with
You've caused a rule to be implemented.
I'm sure. Somewhere in school, but I can't remember what. But I
kind of think you probably did, but
maybe something will come to me. But I have some examples, and I would love to hear your stories if you had a similar incident take place. So I'll start with this one, where a person wrote in and said, my brother and I got into a cattle prod sword fight at a farm store. We shocked the hell out of each other a few times, and now they have the cattle prods locked up. We were in our 30s when this happened.
Oh, my God.
So they made a rule at the store that you could no longer take out the cattle prods. Another one says, I put a croissant in one of those hotel conveyor toasters, and it soon became engulfed in flames and had to be extinguished. The next day at breakfast, there was a sign that said, if you'd like your croissant toasted, please ask a staff member. So they put up a rule after that. Here's one, definitely that had some lasting power to it, I'm sure. This says, as a kindergartner, I once fell asleep in the bus. I was on the bus, and when I woke up, the bus was in the garage.
This happened.
I had to yell to get to someone to get me out. So to this day, every bus driver in my school district needs to walk to the back of the bus and check every seat before they park the bus.
This has been in the news a few times where they've had kids and the bus driver failed to do that. There was a kid sleeping in the back seat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard, though.
Yeah.
For bus drivers. They're supposed to anyway.
This probably happened a long time ago.
right.
They made that rule. Here's another one. It says, in my high school history class, there were about 10 of us who were really close friends, and we take every opportunity to make your mom jokes. And a couple of months into class, the teacher made us sign a treaty promising to stop making fun of each other's moms. We signed it, and then we started making fun of each other's dads right after. I like this one a lot, too. It says, a friend of mine in a military school found out the regulations never stated what color the bed sheets for a bed made for inspection had to be in. So this man went and bought Power Ranger sheets and made the perfect regulation bed. And I've never seen so many sergeants lose their cool, but be unable to actually do anything since the regs were perfectly followed.
That's great.
Needless to say, the next year's regulations were updated to state that sheets must be plain white. So they absolutely changed the rule altogether at a military school. Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Well done. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I used to work at Tower Records, open until midnight. And we were basically allowed to play any tunes we wanted on the stereo. And I was a practical joker, and I decided that Animal by Wasp was a great idea.
All right.
To play through the entire store. And if you know the song, it's not a good idea. So the manager was right there, came out screaming, and he said, now here's a short stack of CDs you guys can only listen to. And no, nothing good there.
So he took this broad policy, and you caused it to be refined down to a selection of sort of neutral music.
Yeah, a lot of Steely Dan in there.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not Wasp.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
hilarious.
Kenny. Yep. Rule changed because of you. Let me go. You guys will know this one. Let me go to Stoney. Hi, Stoney. Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Wow. You sound like you hurt yourself on that one, Stoney. What's up, bud?
Yo, what's up, man? You guys know me. I'm the sled builder. I'm the one that almost killed Pierre.
Yes, from the Cardboard Classic.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And because of that, you guys don't allow us to use fireworks. Not allowed to ride on the second floor.
Right.
Yeah, I also built the big wheel. Well, a buddy of mine built it. We're not allowed to roll down a hill anymore.
That's right.
You are the reason
Dude, that was
for
great.
a lot of roles.
Had to do a lot of refinements. And if you ask, is it a good idea, just ask Mr. Peanut.
Yes. Yeah, so Stoney was the cause of rules being changed at the Cardboard Classic. Multiple rules being changed.
Multiple rules.
Yeah. Nice job, Stoney.
Wow.
All right, thanks, bud. We'll see you next
Thank
year.
you. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
I have one that's slightly embarrassing, and Steve, you'll have a field day with it. I had a job when I was pretty poor. When I was 21 years old, my job was to drive around enterprise cars, and I didn't have any money. And so there was a Mercedes dealership where I would drop off cars and pick up cars. And at that Mercedes dealership, they would offer up free breakfast for their customers. But I was also hungry in the morning, and so I would avail myself to the bagels and the coffee that they had out for their paying customers. And
where did the food go?
Well, I didn't take all of the food. I just took enough for me. No, not a lot. Shut up. Just a little bit every morning. But they eventually had to put up a sign that said, bagels and coffee for Mercedes customers only. And I was
It didn't say Dear Nick.
That was that's for me. All right.
Well, here's a similar story to that. This says, I worked concessions at a ballpark that had an all-you-can-eat promo day where tickets were more expensive than usual, but concessions, excluding alcohol around the stadium, were free. So I worked that day, and of course it was chaos. And when the line started dying down later in the game, they started sending home some of the hourly employees, myself included. But I didn't go home. After I clocked out, I stayed in the stadium. Got some cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, and a soda, then found an empty seat in the crowd for the last few innings. The next year, they had the same promo. New rule for staff. If you get sent home early, you actually have to leave the stadium. So it's similar to you, Nick.
But I understand his point.
Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
Thank you for the serenade. What's up, man?
So when I was a kid, me and my family used to belong to the Warminster Swim Club, and all the township folks used to cut through the swim club to get to their maintenance building quicker. So when I was 14, I was riding my bike through the swim club, and I got nailed by a van. Township supervisor was driving through.
And so then after that, what happened?
No more cutting through the parking lot.
No more cutting through the
Well,
parking lot.
you can understand that clearly since you almost died.
Yeah, you took one for the team, for the walkers.
Damn
and
it.
bike riders. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate it. Let's go to Will. Hey, Will, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, what's up, man?
So back in the ancient times of the mid 1990s, teachers had copy cards for their copiers at school, and they would sometimes send a couple students to go make copies for them. Well, I was one of the responsible ones, and they sent myself and one of my friends to go make copies. Well, one of my friends takes the copy card and decides to copy a magazine from his father's collection and send pictures around the entire school. And so after that, teachers were never allowed to give copy cards again to their students.
Wow.
Of course.
They killed it.
Because you were working now in the porn industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah.
Good times.
Thanks, Will.
I love those
appreciate
last second scrambles because I didn't realize that we had that we had not a common like the Power Ranger bed sheets.
Right.
We should have specified.
Here's another example. It says, in middle school, I would use Sharpie, permanent markers, to, quote, tattoo myself. Other kids thought that it was cool, so I started charging $1 per drawing wherever they wanted. The principal found out, and after I refused to stop, she put a ban on Sharpies for the entire school. Even the teachers could not bring them in. And then this person writes, I'm a tattoo artist now.
Oh, my God. That's
Ended up making a career out of it. I will go to Holly. Good morning to you, Holly.
Good morning.
What's up, Holly?
How do you work?
Thank you.
I was in middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13, and I decided I wanted Domino's pizza, so I ordered one, had it delivered to the cafeteria. Apparently, they never had a rule about that, but there was one after that.
You're like Spicoli. You got pizza delivered to school.
Yeah.
I did, Domino's, but I had to share it.
And so did they talk to you about it, or did they just issue a statement that said no more of this?
Well, they did. I had a principal that actually I loved. We got along great, and he had to vice principal, and he had to pull me aside and talk to me, and he said, "This is not like you, Holly. I can't believe you did this, but good one."
Yeah,
Well,
all right.
that wasn't that bad. You ordered a pizza. That's all.
Yeah. But they made a rule after that. So, all right, thanks. Here's a text that says,
You gotta buy a crappy pizza.
Says, according to my husband, a 2-beer at a time limit was instated at the Fest House in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because of him and his buddies building beer cup pyramids on the table, dancing every dance with the Fest House dancers, and generally acting like drunken maniacs. Don't know if this is really true, he said, but apparently that happened.
2-beer limit.
Here's a similar one. This one says, in college, some friends and I used to go to a Mexican restaurant every Thursday and often on Saturdays for their $1 margaritas. As a group, we would go there a lot. And eventually, they put a new rule in. It was now $2 margaritas and no more than 4 margaritas per person.
Oh, bummer.
A lot. Well, so I wasn't responsible for it, but there used to be the thing at the Roy Rogers where the Fixins bar, and people would go and just make sandwiches. So there was one right near my college. And I think this is probably corporate wide, but people would go do that and not really buy anything.
Right.
And so they put up a sign at that salad bar, for patrons only, for paying customers only, because it was getting like Nick, like the Mercedes dealers.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Christine. What rule did they change because of you?
Well, you said porn industry, so this goes a little towards that. So when my friend and I were 17 years old, friend of the family was the penalty box official for the Flyers back in the old Spectrum. And we were waiting for him after the game. We were outside in the corridor outside the locker room. You could get really close to the fighters at that point. So the door swings open, and Brad McCrimmon and Kathy, let's just say they call him the Beast for a reason.
Wow.
Brad McCrimmon was standing there totally naked. So, of course, 17, I'm like, oh, my God. So ever since then, they changed the rule was that nobody could get down in that corridor by the locker room unless you were affiliated with the Flyers organization. And
or
now,
a 17-year-old girl.
At 17, and now I'm in human resources, so there you go.
Oh, there you go. So you're handling stories like that.
That's funny. And that was the moment they made the rule. Wow. All right. Thank you, Christine. Hope you're proud. We'll go to Frank next. Hi there, Frank.
Beating your head in with a hammer.
I was hammering in the morning.
All right, what's up, Frank?
I was a bartender, and a customer ordered a flaming shot. And I didn't tell the customer, hey, you need to blow fire out because we can't consume that. And so he goes.
We, as human beings, cannot consume fire.
No,
Okay.
Science has taught us that.
Yes.
So he goes to drink the shot, gets scared, cause fire, drops the shot, it breaks on the bar, and my bar engulfs in flames for a moment. And then, I had to take like a soda gun to spray it off.
Oh, that's funny.
So no more flaming shots at Texas Roadhouse, guys.
Oh,
there you
really?
go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
A flaming Mo.
I don't know if it was you or the customer, but But yep, absolutely. All right, some other exams. Without further ado, you have your chance to win some money right now.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
I'm scared.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 money keyword.
The word is expense, and you spell that E-X-P-E-N-S-E, expense, and you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. Again, that word is expense, E-X-P-E-N-S-E. Make sure that you enter that right now if you want to win $1,000. All right, we are going to get into our final look at traffic. Let's get that. Kath, what's going on this morning, please?
We've got a closure in Berwyn. North Newtown Road closed in both directions at Sugartown Road. That's for construction. 95 northbound jams from the Walt Whitman Bridge to Columbus Boulevard. It's a disabled vehicle. There's an accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound. Has that jammed at Norristown. 2 right lanes are closed, and the delay is building there. 422 eastbound. Heavy from Oaks to Trooper, right lane blocked with construction. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from Montgomery into Spring Garden. Westbound from the Vine to Spring Garden. 95 southbound slows from Girard into the Vine. This traffic report brought to you by
AAA Car Care. Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. Details at AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All righty, why don't we share some bizarre file stories?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And it's brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros of Pro Team Collision. Your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to proteamcollision.com. We'll start with this one. The Riviera Country Club in Los Angeles had an unexpected visitor on Friday. Video posted to social media Friday afternoon showed a small aircraft making an emergency landing on the historic club's golf course in Pacific Palisades. While the landing was bumpy, the plane and its occupants appear to be unharmed. Planes will land from time to time on golf courses when they are having problems.
It's your best chance to meet Harrison Ford.
This one, I don't know if you saw the video or not, but these guys were playing on that hole.
Yes.
As this thing comes down and lands on, I mean, it's like right there.
So,
I've never seen footage quite like that before.
Preston, at a certain point, you can hear them start to go, like it's heading towards them. The guy hits a bump and then turns around, but you're right. It's literally on the hole they're playing.
I thought it was a toy plane at first. When
a lot of people did, because in the distance it looks like it,
So the plane was scheduled to land at Santa Monica Airport a few miles southeast from Riviera, and first responders from both the LA Fire Department and Santa Monica Fire Department reported arriving on the scene shortly after. Like I said, golf course landings are not uncommon with planes that need to make emergency landings in urban areas due to the open terrain and relative lack of people. One of the most famous instances of that was when actor Harrison Ford, as Steve made reference to, made a rougher landing at Penn Mar Golf Course, which is right next to the same Santa Monica Airport. Wow. Friday's landing also wasn't even the worst airplane mishap of the day in the LA area. A different plane crashed into fencing after overshooting the runway at the Fullerton Airport. Riviera Country Club is the annual site of the Tiger Woods Foundation's Genesis Invitational. They've hosted 3 majors there, so it is a really nice golf course. That just so happened to be the spot where this guy decided to land. It's pretty... Kathy, did you see this footage?
No, I didn't see it.
Watch this. So these guys, we're looking at it right now. I mean, it comes right up by the green where they're hitting their putts, goes through where the golf carts are, and slides into a bunker.
It was a good landing.
And levels off. Yeah, it's amazing that that they ended up that smoothly.
At this point, just put a friggin' runway on these things.
In York County, Pennsylvania, OSHA is investigating the death of a contractor that reportedly fell from the roof of the Utz Potato Factory in Hanover. Yeah. Officers responded to a call claiming an individual had fallen approximately 25 feet off of the factory roof. The coroner's office responded to the scene. Utz issued a statement after the incident saying that a third-party contractor working on site suffered a fatal fall. They said, "Our hearts go out to the individual's families, friends, and colleagues during this incredibly difficult time." The coroner's office said a subcontractor was setting up scaffolding to do work on the roof when he fell through a skylight into a loading dock area
Horrifying.
below. The name of the victim and their employer was not immediately available, and the coroner's office only identified him as a 34-year-old man. An autopsy is set for today. So driverless trucks are officially running their first regular long-haul routes.
No!
I know, making round trips between Dallas and Houston right now. On Thursday, autonomous trucking firm Aurora announced it launched commercial service in Texas under its first customers, Uber Freight and Hirschbach Motor Lines, which delivers time and temperature-sensitive freight.
Don't we get a vote on this? Like, can I don't want this. I don't want to be sharing the road with
I know what you're saying.
Tractor trailers.
Well, there's a new company called Dear God, It's Not Stopping livery. And, listen, the places where they're testing it, I've heard arguments. It's too much to go into right now. But, regular drivers get into accidents as well. Truck drivers do. And they're playing the percentages here. We'll see in time what happens.
I also think that
who made this decision?
I also think that that's jobs somebody could have driving a truck.
Yeah.
Both companies conducted test runs with Aurora, including safety drivers to monitor the self-driving technology dubbed Aurora Driver. Aurora's new commercial service will no longer have safety drivers. The CEO, Chris Urmson, said, "We found Aurora to deliver the benefits of self-driving technology safely, quickly, and broadly. And now we are the first company to successfully and safely operate commercial driverless trucking service on public roads.
You know, this is really going to impact a lot, lizards.
The trucks are we not thinking about the ladies?
Can't give a hand job to a computer.
The trucks are equipped with computers and sensors that can see the length of over 4 football fields in 4 years practice. The truck's technology has delivered over 10,000 customer loads. And as of Thursday, the company's
film industry.
self-driving tech has completed over 1,200 miles without a human in the truck. Aurora is starting with a single self-driving truck and plans to add more by the end of 2025. Case, I feel a little bit uncomfortable with that too.
So here's the thing: you're on a highway and you're booking along, and if you know the vehicle behind you coming up, from behind is controlled by a computer system or a human.
Yeah.
What are you going to prefer? I would prefer having a human.
Yeah.
But then would I even know?
Well, these things they won't go over the speed limit. They stop at every stop sign. Do you know what I mean? Like
they're supposed to.
Okay.
They're not going to make. They're not going to call audibles.
But that's also annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. All right, and then we'll do, let's see. Yeah, we got time for one more story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. James Lale and Kelly Ann Jensen's sprawling $9 million mansion in Sandy, Utah is a kind of luxury home out of reach of the average American, but not the long arm of law. U.S. Marshals arrested the couple at their 27,000 square foot property.
27,000.
As part of a multi-state raid that same day, authorities raided James Jensen's company, Arroyo Terminals, in Rio Hondo, Texas, near the Mexican border. So the couple, along with sons Maxwell and Zachary, have been indicted for money laundering. They are accused of running a $300 million money laundering scheme, allegedly smuggling crude oil from Mexico.
Jesus.
And the federal indictment outlines a complex scheme dating back to May of 2022. Documents state that the Jensens bought 2,881 shipments of crude oil, and they brought it into the U.S. falsely labeled as waste of lube oils and petroleum distillates.
Wouldn't happen if they got into the mozzarella business.
The Jensens are accused of directing payments for the crude oil to Mexican businesses that operate through the permission of Mexican criminal organizations. And court documents allege that James Jensen was aware that the payments he made were going to Mexican criminal organizations. The monies and assets gained from alleged activities were subject to forfeiture. And they, along with the oil tanker's second property and new cars and money in their bank accounts, that will all go to forfeiture. And the assets collectively total $300 million.
So to be honest, I'm still reeling at 27,000 square feet.
I know, dude.
I went into a 10,000 foot house one time by accident when we were first looking for homes, and they sent us to a 10,000 square foot home, and Claire and I busted out laughing. Like, you got to be kidding.
And this
27?
3 times the size of that. And I saw a picture of it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, here's the picture of it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Look at this.
What are you going to do?
That's a museum.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
We only have 29 more rooms to fill up.
Yeah, and they only had to launder $300 million to get it.
Remember, play it low key. You don't want to stand out.
All right, and that's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so it's 11 minutes after 10 o'clock. You still got some time to get $1,000, and that is through Preston and Steve's 20 Money. And all you have to do is enter the keyword. It's expense, EXPENSE. So make sure that you do that right now. Don't want you to miss your opportunity. When we come back, we're going to get a lesson question, trash, music news, and with music news, we are announcing the winners and performers for live band karaoke for the MMRBQ this weekend on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. We'll have it all when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
This one says, I got our human resources Dropbox taken away at work because HR threatened to not pay us if we missed a clock in or clock out. I printed out the law stating that what they were threatening was illegal, highlighted it, and put it in the HR box when no one was around. Our HR rep threw an unholy fit and tried to figure out who put the paper in her box. And from then on, everything had to be handed in personally instead of a box.
I can see that.
And they went on to say, in our defense, the phones didn't always work and the clock-in system was really unreliable. So that's why they had made that complaint. Another one says, I already did that one. My younger brother was always late to school and tardy every day. He eventually figured out that if you just skipped first period altogether and showed up to his second period, He was counted as being at school with no late penalty since he was at second period on time. And they had to change that the following year.
So the rule would accommodate just going to second period, and he would be listed as
present for the day.
present for the day,
but with no tardy for the first class.
Right.
Okay, that's gaming the system.
Right.
Yep.
Need to adjust that.
Let's go next to him. We're taking calls on a rule that was made because of something you did, and I will go to Kenny next. Hey, Kenny. Good morning.
Hey, Kathy, it's Jay. I heard your mixtape, and I want to take you back.
Wait, do you know Jay, or did I say his name on the air?
You said his name on the air.
That's great. Very astute, Kenny. What's up, man? What'd you do?
So in middle school, you know, like you get changed in the locker rooms for like gym class. It's the first time you're all excited to use deodorant and be like a man.
Right.
Well, we were in we were in the back of the bus, and we some kid, I'm not going to say his name, but he brought a lighter, and we were making fireballs in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shooting flamethrowers. And the next year, our bus driver would not allow those deodorants in his bus, so I had to use stick.
Okay. You had to use a stick from there.
Yep. And it was only our bus driver. It wasn't the whole school. It was just our bus driver. He was just an old grouchy fool.
Oh, yeah. You didn't like you making fireballs on the bus.
Come on, dude. We're just making fireballs on a moving vehicle that is powered by gasoline.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right. Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it. Here's a follow-up to our call earlier from Christine, who saw the Flyers players naked. This text says, I was dating Christine, and I was with her when that happened. I saw Brad McCrimmon's junk. So
hilarious.
they were a part of the whole thing. So, legitimizing.
So that was a well-known legend with him?
I don't know. He was named the Beast.
Now it is.
So.
Yeah.
All right, here's another text that says, I made a fake penis out of clay in middle school, and I waved it around on the back of the bus and got caught. They had no more clay in art class because of my wiener.
Well, we are in the broadcast industry, and we have tons of fake penises around here. So
we got loads. Yeah. Let's go next to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's going on, Justin?
So back in high school, one summer, me and a buddy, hot day, went to a 7-Eleven. And they have the big 100-ounce mugs for soda. Well, the little deal was buy the mug, get a free soda. Well, we decided to fill it full of the slushie instead. So we fill it full of Slurpee, go to the register. She can't charge us because she doesn't have it because it's not listed as an actual drink as for the soda because we weren't supposed to fill it up. So we got the free 100-ounce Slurpee, went back the next day with the same mugs, and they plastered paper all over saying we couldn't fill it up with Slurpee anymore.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
You gamed the system for one day, though.
One day.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a big thing where remember the one you could bring in your own receptacle?
They do that like once a year.
Right.
Yeah, where you can bring in your own.
Whatever you
your own
want.
one. But they sold him that one.
Yeah.
But it was just made for sodas. Here's another one that says, when I used to walk home from school, I had to walk next to the road to get to my house. And one day, I decided to see if I could walk with my eyes closed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's...
And as I walked, I didn't feel the transition from gravel to road, so unknowingly was walking on the road, and I heard a noise and looked behind me. A line of cars had formed, but none of the cars had honked, and I immediately ran off into an orchard, but later learned why nobody honked, because 2 weeks later, they put up signs that said deaf child area on both sides of the road. They thought I was deaf, so they didn't honk.
Oh, my God.
And so they put those.
So wait, that's another thing though. Do you ever try? I try to get around my house sometimes with my eyes closed.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I've tried it to see if I know how many steps
never do
to
that.
the door.
I've done it a few times just to see because I wake up in relative darkness and I try not to turn the lights on to wake anybody else up, and I'm like, I wonder if I could
do that.
walk from here to there without bumping into something. Yeah.
I'm usually not that successful. I'm good with the light switches. I know where they are.
It seems kind of goofy for you to do that.
I know.
Let me go to next to Carl. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo! All right, Carl, so they made a rule because of what?
So in high school, we were allowed to leave for lunch and get in our vehicles, go uptown, get whatever we wanted.
my health teacher was betting that I couldn't make it to Delaware because that's where Taco Bell was. To Taco Bell and back before the period ended. So I jumped in my Mustang, hauled ass across the Delaware Bridge.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
You're encouraging excessive driving, excessive speed.
That's where it comes into play because when I got back into town, I was worried about time, so I'm going 75 down Broadway, and the cops pull into the high school behind me as I'm carrying Taco Bell in.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the last to be able to leave.
Oh, so they made a rule you couldn't leave campus anymore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ruined it for everybody. I blame the teacher.
So do I.
I blame the teacher, Carl.
What's that?
I said I blame the teacher on that one.
Oh, he was awesome. I can't, I'm not going to.
All right. That's
I bet you can't get there and back.
I wonder when because when I was in high school, they allowed us to leave campus at lunch as well. If you had a car,
right.
At some point that stopped, but we took advantage of that every day.
It was huge in my high school. I think, and then there was one part where of the year where a kid got hurt, and I think that's what put the kibosh on it.
All right. Well, awesome examples. Thanks for your call. Think about that today. Talk amongst your friends. They made a rule because I did this. We got to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day
Yes,
today.
that's right.
Let's break and come back with that as well. The Bizarre File coming up too. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Well-made displays.
I think it was a Pokemon, yeah. And this kid apparently knocked it over and broke it.
Like smashed it.
And what the guy didn't know, the dad didn't know, is it was like
$5,000.
Yeah, it was like this $7,000 thing. And sorry, you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Now they went back and they ended up watching video, and the kid wasn't like playing around with it or something like that. He had
just knocked it over.
he had leaned on it or something along those lines, and so he knocked it over and it
But
broke.
I would imagine like bigger stores, I don't know where they are, they have some sort of insurance that if something like that happens, you're not going to make the parent pay for $1,000 ceramic Pikachu.
I've heard stories of again,
I've seen
the old adage is you break it, you bought it.
Right, you break it, you buy it. And I've seen that at like smaller stores, like especially if they sell glass items, like, especially down the shore, like some of those, little shops down there. If you take the kids in, like you could see everybody tense up and like there's a little sign that says you break it, you buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the owners, like if you walk in, and so we don't have kids, but when people come in with like small kids into places like that, like in New Hope.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
my words before I go in are don't touch anything.
Yeah. No, and I get nervous around stuff like that. If there's shelves with like hundreds of plates or just fragile things.
Yeah.
Like I purposely bring my arms in closer to my body as I walk along.
Likewise.
I try to shrink myself up as much as possible because I know I'm just going to knock something over.
Some help, please?
Yeah.
Because you're terrible. Because you could walk. If you were to go, the way you normally go through, you knock over one thing, you're looking at $300 or $400. You know.
I see Jace's eyes though. Like I watch him, and he's like, "Oh, mom," and what's this? And like he wants to touch it, So that's his way of being like, "Oh, what? I was just asking what it was. I wanted to see what it was. Put it
Don't touch it
down. Don't touch it.
Kill you.
It's $10,000."
So I definitely want to hear the you broke it, you bought it stories, 215-263-WMMR, whether it was you or your kid or whatever, because we've all had that happen.
So I don't know if she ever had to buy it. She might actually be listening right now. But I had a friend who was at a store, and there was in the middle of the store was a nail polish set up. And I think she tripped and fell, and she fell into the nail polish, and all of the nail polish shattered on the floor, broke. No. Wait, she pretended like she was passed out because she didn't want to get up.
Shut up.
She pretended like she was like knocked out.
Oh, that's great.
And so when they got her up,
that's
she was
great.
like, oh my God.
I'm pretending I passed out.
Yeah. She said it's the whole store smelled like nail polish. She didn't know what to do, and so like her friends like escorted her out, and she pretended like she was like super hurt. Meanwhile, they got into the car and they were like hysterical laughing.
Did she just say things like, "I hope the baby survives"?
Oh my God. What I was going to ask, and I've never done this myself, is if you've ever broken something and then try to like hide it on a shelf, underneath other things or shove it way in the back.
Oh, right.
But that's a much better story.
Yep.
You
Oh, my
pretend you're
God.
just pretend. That's good advice, though. If you break something, pretend you passed out.
By the way, a side subject from this, but whenever you see a movie or a TV show and somebody's walking through the store and there's an elaborate display of some kind of a pyramided...
You know what's going to happen.
You know what's happening, right?
It's like the guys in the movies who have large panes of glass that they're walking across the street with those suction things. You know it's going to happen.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go with Kyle. Everything that rocks, 1023. Monday morning, Preston and Steve show. Weather, chance of rain next several days. It's just, I don't have more specific details for you other than sometimes it's going to rain, sometimes it's not. So
there's some good news.
Kind of keep an eye out.
I mowed my lawn on Saturday, Preston.
Oh.
So I got that in before the rain.
Under the wire. Nice. All right, temperatures are going to be in the low to mid 70s pretty much through the week. So that's what we have, friends. All right, lesson question time. And by the way, if you think you're going to know the answer to this, text the word Zoom right now. 610-660-9333. We're going to send you this daily link to be able to Zoom with us. And we are going to give away,
shoot. Sorry. I hit a button and I wasn't supposed to.
Okay, start over. The prize we're going to give away is a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Theo Vaughn. At Wells Fargo Center, Wednesday, July 9th. Wow. And so the question that we ask is this. Casey has a hard time complimenting women on their what? It's what Steve said, but it's what Casey was getting at.
You got to be specific here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a certain word.
Yeah.
It's only 4 letters with the plural added to it. Casey has a hard time complimenting women on their what? All right, let's see if you heard it. And if you do, text word Zoom, 610-660-9333. If you already have that Zoom link, go ahead and click on it. And we'll see if you end up winning.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get right to it. Steve, what are them stories today?
Well, as you pointed out earlier, Preston, Gigi Hadid has made her relationship with Bradley Cooper very official by posting a picture of her planting a solid, sexy kiss on his lips. Until now, the only PDA pic of the two appeared to show either finger blasting or the sizing of a bowling ball.
Oh, my God.
Former American Idol runner-up and current Queen frontman Adam Lambert listing his Los Angeles mansion for $8 million. In a related story, singer Chris Allen, who won American Idol the year Adam Lambert competed, just purchased a hot plate. And finally, veteran sports anchor Mike Tirico had to step away from the Kentucky Derby coverage after an allergic reaction to peanuts. Tirico reportedly ballooned up so much that a jockey mistakenly mounted him. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will indeed see if someone happens to know the answer to today's lesson question. And we pose this to you. Casey had a hard time complimenting women on their what? And you had to have heard that earlier in order to take a chance at answering this question and maybe walking away with a cool prize. So if you happen to know that Casey had a hard time complimenting women on their what? Okay, I'm done. I'm dragging it out. At some point, I just run out of gas, or I'm repeating myself. Marissa's holding up her index finger. It means that we now have Jennifer that we will talk to via Zoom. Hi there, Jennifer.
Morning, how are you?
Wonderful, Jennifer. All right, so Casey has a hard time complimenting women on their what?
Their jugs.
Their jugs. You got it, Jennifer. Hold on just a moment. And we'll get your information, and we will give you tickets as MMR Rocks Theo Vaughn at Wells Fargo Center Wednesday, July 9th. Tickets go on sale this Friday, so you're winning them before you can buy them. That's through Ticketmaster, and for more information, you can go to WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you by Delaware County Career Link. Hundreds of job titles, one big opportunity. You can join the Delaware County Job Fair May 13th at Subaru Park. Sign up on the Crozier page at pacareerlinkdelco.org. All right, so I'm going to reveal our winners at the end of music news for live band karaoke. So let me get a couple of stories first, and then we will get to that. Neil Young has announced a new album is on the way, Talking to the Trees. And with it, the announcement came the release of the second track from the project. The 10-track album will be the first studio album featuring Neil's new band called the Chrome Hearts. Big Change was released back in January. Let's Roll Again uses Woody Guthrie's melody to This Land Is Your Land and cranks it to 11, taking swings at Elon Musk along the way. Other titles include Family Life, Dark Mirage, Fire of Winter, Silver Eagle, Let's Roll Again, Big Changes, Talking to the Trees, Moving Ahead, Bottle of Love, and Thankful. Just days after being named as a member of the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class, the White Stripes have announced that their 20th anniversary of their 2005 fifth studio album, Get Behind Me, Satan, they're coming up with a limited edition commemorative vinyl release. The 2LP edition featuring one red smoke and one clear with red and black smoke vinyl arrives on Friday, June 27th. The gold album featured the classic Blue Orchid and won the band a Grammy for Best Alternative Album.
Isn't his company one of the biggest producers of vinyl
Third Man
collections?
Productions.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Primus just dropped their first new song in 3 years titled Little Lord Fentanyl. Featuring Maynard James Keenan.
I kind of like that.
The track is a funky, dark, and humorous tale, marking the debut of Primus's new drummer, John Hoffman, who won the spot after beating over 6,000 others in an audition. It's Primus's first release since 2022 Conspiranoid EP, and fans can stream it now. The tour runs through June 7th in Auburn, Washington, with more Primus shows planned in the summer. And you know what? Now we can jump right to our winners.
Yes.
So we had how many people total? How many were there, Case? You remember?
50?
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was between like 50 and 60. Vote that people needed to vote on. We had the performances and the videos up on WMMR.com, and now we have narrowed it down to 10 separate performances. And I say that because there's actually 11 names that I'm going to read.
All right.
And I'll explain in a moment. So our winners will start with Courtney Rodriguez. Courtney is from Sea Cane, and she attended her first MMRBQ last year. Had an incredible time. She said that music and singing have been my entire life since she was 5 years old. Loves performing with a live band and putting her soul into every note. So we will indeed see Courtney Rodriguez as one of our performers. Joining Courtney will be Ethan James Urban. Ethan is from Broomall, and he's also known as the WMMR Concert Kid, who likes to do live concert interviews with Pierre, Jackie, and Brent. He is 11 years old.
11.
And he has attended over 75 concerts.
Whoa.
And he goes to Mainline School of Rock and is excited to be performing at the MMR.
Oh, that's terrific, man.
He's a School of Rock kid.
Yeah.
Then we have somebody we know. He's a regular on the show, Brian Sapsapio. He is going to be joined by Ryan Oakley. This is our first ever duet at the MMRBQ on the side stage. They've been friends since high school. They used to play together all the time, and they recently reconnected, and their harmonies are better than ever. So those guys are going to be doing their thing at the MMRBQ. Also joining us will be, and I need to point out that this person got more votes than anybody for live band karaoke, Sammy Vile.
Sammy Vile.
How about that? And he says here, just some Delco trash who loves singing in a couple of bands and making silly videos on the interwebs.
I missed him on the air, but he came to Kathy's Cuts and he got his haircut, so he's going to show up with a nice short haircut.
Oh,
That's
good for him.
amazing. He's such a great guy.
Super fan, super great guy. So we're happy for Sammy Vile. Also joining him on stage, Kara Kosser from Havertown, Pennsylvania.
I think she might be the most. She might be the most solid vocalist of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I went through all of these and I saw them all, and she is really, really good.
So she's from a band called Front Human, and they were an MM Artist of the Month. And she grew up on MMR and is ready to show Philly the true depths of her range and rock the hell out of the MMRBQ. So
I'm looking forward.
Wonderful. Also on stage will be Riley Hayworth, and Riley is from Philly. 16 years old.
Oh, well, you got a couple of youngins this year.
Vocal major at Kappa. and singer in Philadelphia teen rock band called Modern Yesterday. And they've played the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Viper Room, venues all over Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Delaware. And she says that singing MMRBQ is a dream come true. How cool is that?
So I love that this is sort of straddling, it's just people who are just loving to get up and belt one out in front of a crowd and what could potentially be some real up-and-comers.
Yep. We also have Cameron Breyer from Williamstown, New Jersey. Been listening to MMR since birth and performing in crowds since he was 9 years old. He is 13 years old.
We have an 11-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 16-year-old.
And might try to talk his way into playing guitar while he sings. Three more to mention. Tom Hediger is from Warminster, Pennsylvania. Philly born and raised, has been listening to MMR for decades and ready to rock the MMRBQ stage. Then we have Charlie Madara. Charlie is from Abington and started out at School of Rock in Fort Washington, is now a vocal coach at Back to Rock in Warminster, and has snag at weddings, Flyers game.
Probably sang.
Yeah, that's probably it.
You're the best snagger we ever had.
The TLA down in Wildwood and now the MMRBQ. Yeah.
Same letters.
It is.
It's an anagram, really.
Who's ready for a good old snag-along?
It's our favorite snagger.
Stephen Snagger.
Snag, snag-a-snong.
And then finally, the last contestant is Ethan Grosser of Haukeson, Delaware. Or is it Haukeson? Haukeson. And is 13 years old.
Two 13-year-olds, an 11-year-old, and a 16-year-old.
Yep, 13-year-old who rocks harder than 18-year-olds. He's done over 100 songs live and is ready to rock the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
I freaking love this.
How about that, man? We got lots of kids represented. I think the crowd is going to love.
They see us as contemporaries, Preston, clearly.
They're going to love this. All right, so there is your lineup for the Preston and Steve Show side stage. Fat Mez will be doing a set, and they will be completely original from what they will be doing on the main stage to open the MMRBQ. So we're getting two sets from them, two unique sets, and it's all good stuff, man. And it's this Saturday. We're less than a week away.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, so get yourself ready. Let's. Oh wow,
Who's typing?
Type of stuff.
Sorry.
What's that antiquated machine we're listening to?
So let's take one final break. We'll come back in just a second, and we will wrap up today's program. We'll get your letter of the day for the word of the week when we return. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
Good morning.
Hey, Mom, turn the radio down.
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on? So what if a guy threw a shoe at me? Good morning, guys. When I was a little kid, the local grocery store had like this big, huge display of tomato sauce. They had this like huge family-sized jar. And like any other kid, I'd get lost in the grocery store and wander around. And it was back in the day when your parents didn't care. They kind of hoped that one or two of you wandered off.
Right.
And I knocked over this. It had to have been gallons of pasta sauce into the aisle of the grocery store.
Man.
And these are glass containers?
Oh, yeah. And I'm 5, so I think I could just brush it aside and clean it up. Nobody will know. So I come back to find my mom holding broken pieces of glass with pasta sauce all over my hands.
Oh, man. Oh.
She must have thought you were bleeding out.
That's what she thought. She said, "Oh my God, what's blood? What's pasta sauce?" Like it was horrifying experience.
Hey, Kyle, did they make your folks pay for it, or was there any sort of did they kick your ass out of the store? What happened?
I think they looked at our family funny after that because they knew we were the pasta people. But I'm not sure if they made her pay for it. But if they did, it was probably a couple $100 worth of stuff.
So that would be something where they made this, like Kathy, you talk about having insurance, and I think you're right. For the most part, insurance will cover a lot of this stuff. But also, what if it's something that that the store is made, or it's a one of a kind, or a display?
All right, I do have this story. It's a little bit off topic, but it does involve breaking something, and I had already paid for it. And this is me as a full-grown adult. I had gone to a liquor store, and I had bought a bottle of gin, okay?
Yeah.
And I was, why did I go back? And anyway, I think I had already paid for it, and I forgot something. I came back into the store, and I was in the back of the store, and I dropped it, and it just shatters. And I've already paid for it. And I'm like, oh, you got to be good. Or maybe I went outside and dropped it. Anyhow, I dropped this, and I was like,
Yeah.
I was like Bluto in Animal House.
Right, yeah.
When they dropped the bill, I was like, 'cause I just paid for this bottle. And I bring it back in. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like,
can you fix it?
Can you fix this? No, but what they told me, and I did not know that with alcohol like that, as long as the seal on the cap was not broken, they could take it and give me another one.
Really?
So they did?
Yeah. So they gave me another one. So as long as that seal was not broken, that proved that you didn't drink some out of it and go, oops, I dropped it and I need a new one. That they could give me
So
another
they didn't see you with the straw in the parking lot.
Right. I made a little hole.
I was at a store just this past weekend at the beach. It was kind of like Terrain, Kathy. Think about it, where it's like it has all these cute like knickknacks and bric-a-bracs and kitchen things. Plus, you can get lunch there. So while you order, you go and you shop around, and it's beautiful, like pottery and dishes. Everything is breakable.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's very tight aisles, and there's lots of things on the floor. So there's not just like things on tables, but this woman leaned in, and she must have kicked a stand that was set up under the table, and it just started shattering. But it wouldn't stop shattering. There was at least like 9 dishes that fell.
Once in those displays, once it's like that, they're going.
Here's the only thing I think she had going for her. It was definitely like all high school kids that were working there, and everyone was like, what to do? Oh,
Right.
Sorry.
Well,
Enjoy
that's the
your
same
macaroons.
thing. I get so nervous when I'm at Cracker Barrel and you're in that store part. And I remember one time, Preston, I knocked over a Mel Tillis CD and cracked the jewel case. And I was like, oh my God, this must be worth, I don't know, $1,
right? Oh, God. Here's a text that says, knocked over a saxophone off of a stand in a Sam Ash while test driving a bass guitar. Bent the horn into an oval shape upon impact. $2,700 later, guess what I own now?
Oh, my God.
God. So what are the parameters of the law or insurance coverage? What are they within their rights to exact from you if you are responsible for breaking something they deem? In other words, are they compelled to go? Is it like when you get into an accident and you decide, Kathy, like your situation, are we going to go through insurance or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you do it outside of that?
I had the same question. What happens if you get in an accident when you're test driving a car?
That's a good question.
You bought
You dig it? You bought it?
I think you sign up for their insurance policy when you take the car off the lot. Don't quote me on that, but I think like in order to do a test drive, you have to sign something that says you are somewhat culpable.
I promise not to break it.
Right. We're going to calls. You broke it, you bought it. 215-263 WMMR. I have Laura on the line. Hey, Laura. Good morning.
Good morning. If I had a hammer,
I'd hammer in the morning.
I'd beat you with the hammer.
Then I'd flee town.
What's up, Laura?
So recently at a pet store in Harleysville, I won't
know which
name
one.
names.
I know which one. Go ahead.
Yes, we live very close to it, and I took my dog in there to buy dog food, thinking I would spend $30 or $40. And he peed on the entire display rack of handmade raincoats for dogs. And the lady was so pissed. Now, mind you, if it was like a bigger box store like PetSmart or something, like they probably would have been like, oh, you know, they have these cleanup stations. Have a great day. No, this lady was pissed. She gave me like the devil eyes, and she's like, well, now we can't sell them, blah, blah, blah. So they made me buy $50 dog rain jackets. So if anyone is in the market for
Now, a rain jacket, all moisture of any type should run right off of that.
Yeah.
I know.
And by the way, how do you home make? What do you knit a rain? Do you ever see like knitted raincoats?
It's hand sewn to fit a dog. I mean, they're probably not mass producing raincoats for dogs.
But I mean, as Preston points out, it's usually some sort of water repellent material.
And that's why I was so pissed, because I was like, just wipe it off. Just Clorox wipe the damn thing.
How many did you have to buy, Laura?
3.
So you spent $150 on raincoats.
And also, you're bringing an animal into a store, and they know that from time to time, an animal might do something like that. Yeah. You, as a human being, have very little control over that.
That's why Petco has the Fabergé eggs up on a higher shelf.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that
So
sucks,
they
Laura.
They have since moved that display rack, by the way. I
Yeah.
have been in there since. I thought I would never show my face there again, but I have.
You have to.
And they moved the display rack to a more higher up, which they should have been in the first.
In the first place, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank
Enjoy
you,
the
Laura.
raincoats.
Yeah. Hope for rain.
If anyone's in the market for rain,
Get to use them. Let's go to Keith next. Hey, Keith, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, Bob, what's going on?
So it was like 1999 when those Dell computers came out that were all different colors.
Yes.
So, all right. And they were probably like $1,000 when they came out, right? Maybe.
Yeah. I put that
Okay.
about that price. Yeah, I think you're on the right path.
So we ride our bikes up to the Best Buy, look at video games, not even really looking at them. And they're all on these shelves. My buddy is a moron and goes, wait, does the shelf pull out? So he tries to pull it out, and all these computers fall behind like two shelves and smash. There's also like CD players on there, like heavy stuff.
Of course.
Just smashes. All of them broke. So managers come over, they grab us up, and they're like, "Hey, man, like, where's your parents? We don't have any. We're orphans."
We're orphans.
And
I'm Batman.
They're like naming off prices, like it's the years of like they're going. Yeah, that's like 1977. That's so it's coming to like $8,000, which I thought I'd never see that money in my life. So we're like, all right, well, can we call our parents? And they're like, so you're orphans, whatever. So as we're walking to the office, my friend's just like, time to go. And we just dip, get on our bike. And like, I've never been back to Deptford. So
You've never been back to Deptford.
entire
just in
town
case.
behind you.
Even though you've grown up into an adult. So you guys just bolted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, that's probably why Best Buy's going out of business.
Probably what you did in 1999.
That's pretty good, man.
Oh, my God, Keith, I love that story. Oh, man. And listen, as a kid, you just panic, man. You just get out of there. I could totally see that.
Well, when parents have like ultra grabby kids, and you can see, they go into a store like that. You see the law being laid down and kids are just,
Yeah, just grabbing.
yeah.
I like, or even fire alarms to kids. You know what I mean? If they can reach that, like stuff like that too.
Here's a text. Listen to this. Says, my 3-year-old thinks it's hilarious to grab candy bars off the shelf and take a bite with the wrapper on, forcing me to buy them every time. I guess that's a way to do it.
Yeah.
You can if you want that candy bar, you definitely just take a bite. You're going to be buying it.
Can you do the same with like a Lamborghini if you go to the dealership and just
a bite?
Yeah, chew on the wind.
I'm guilty of like smushing the candy to see if it's fresh and then putting that one back and getting another one.
Getting another fresh one?
What are you doing? How can you get a not fresh candy bar?
Or like a pastry.
Rocks, a little bit of Nirvana this morning. And it is in bloom, 10:46. And everything's in bloom right about now. A lot of these flowers get ready to pop, make it all purty, especially the next couple of days. And we're getting the rain, and that's not fun, but it is really going to bring things even further out on display. But some rain expected. It was funky and weird yesterday, off and on, and that happens today and tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and it's this front that has made its way across the country. So that's where we is, people. Today was fun. I would like to thank our guests. We had our friends from Philabundance.
Hey.
They have an event that's coming up on May 14th, and it is called Beet Hunger Bash, and it celebrates their anniversary, 40 years, yes. And it's going to be at the Pump House in Bala Cynwyd. Our buddy Nick Elmy, it's his place. And there's going to be celebrity, chef food and all kinds of great events. And obviously, Philabundance, as you know, from listening to this program for as many years as you have, how near and dear that association or that group is to our family. And so we want to urge you to go there. So you can go to philabundance.org and get in on that. So it's going to be May 14th. And then we had Mike Hauke, who is is the co-creator of Mad Mutz, and they make mozzarella sticks, or as he says, mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, he's great. He's a character, man.
And not just any, like fresh mozzarella. He was able to crack the code and create fresh mozzarella, not the other type of mozzarella sticks that you've had.
As if you were to have real fresh off of a plate, he's able to put that into a mozzarella stick. It's amazing.
And so they were picked up by one of the sharks, Lori Grainer, who is on Shark Tank, and she's going to back them. And Mike was a super nice guy, man. Just a super straight ahead, average Joe kind of guy.
And the proof is in the product, man. Both you and I were raving about him.
Most definitely. So it was nice having them on. Pierre's here. Hey, man.
Most deaf.
Most deaf, brah.
Most deaf, bros.
Yeah.
When last we left,
the
we were
Justice
talking.
League.
Last week, you were talking about nicknames.
Yes.
And you said, Preston said, well, I have one, and Pierre made it for me. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think about that, but I guess I
you're
did.
You are the origin of Presbo.
I am the creator of Presbo.
It sticks. I get it all
Do you
the
really?
time.
All the time?
All the time.
Wow.
Yeah,
Like
when
that.
I'm out, there were people at, I had an appearance at Del Chevy over the weekend, which, by the way, I actually made it to the location I was meant to go to. I actually went where I was supposed to go. And a lot of people call me Presbo there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like
How'd your appearance turn out?
Mine, I put it in my global PR system. What?
I got an email earlier that said that maybe you went the wrong direction and we're headed towards west rather than north.
I got to Sellersville via
Lancaster, right?
Yeah. I saw every farm along the way. I'm going, I don't see any Chevrolet dealers around here. And I'm going and weaving and turn right at Johnsontown Derby Road.
What you looking for?
You've passed it. And then I'm going, where in God's name am I? And I was following the gadget box. And I said, surely there must be a direct route to the beautiful, fine village of Sellersville. Lo and behold, there was, but it didn't give it to me for whatever the reason.
It decided you needed to see Lancaster.
I needed it. Well, the Amish farmer who stopped and helped me and gave me a ride to the Chevy dealer actually was very nice.
Yes.
His name was Herman.
Herman.
Yeah.
Let me look at your electronics there. I can fix this.
Yes. So, yeah, I had a good 4 o'clock appearance, 5, that I got there for. And, I had a nice visit with the fine folks who came out for Wolfgang Van Halen passes, but it was fun.
Okay. All right. That's sort of was an interesting
I'll get
route.
there.
Yeah, you'll get there. I'll get there.
Eventually.
That's your slogan. I'll get there eventually.
I love it, man.
I'll get there, ...
Eventually.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, we do have a new word of the week prize if you got a letter.
Yes.
Ready for that? All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
B as in black.
All right, B is in black, and we have 4 VIP admission to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maurice Piers Amusement Rides, and Raging Waters Park on June 13th, plus a $40 Maurice Piers gift card valid for food and beverage, and a limited edition of the official Eagles Autism Foundation Sunny Seagull. And that's along with a commemorative Eagles Autism Foundation event poster, too. So we'll give that away on Friday. Looking forward to doing that, too. What's happening on the show today, sir?
How'd you know I was late for my thing?
An email. An email of someone I think was attending, Nick.
Oh,
yeah, the guy that came out to see you on Friday, and he said he had a great time. He just was he enjoyed your excuse for not getting there on time.
Okay.
Yeah, and listen, it's what happens on this show. If something happens, you're going to get ratted out, and it's hard to keep secrets around here.
Yeah, I was just trying to slide under the radar.
I could
there, and it wasn't exactly a slide.
So I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus.
No, I liked it.
You were trying to get there. You were putting the effort in.
I did try to get there.
Yeah, and you just wanted to pick up some Mennonite food.
I did, and it's just and I got a quilt too. So I mean, you
there you go.
can't beat that.
You got one of those clever signs that says intercourse. PA.
Exactly. I'll have workforce blocks of Black Sabbath. I'll have Billy Idol. I'll have Cinco de Mayo block and tickets for Jackson Brown in Atlantic City on June 28th. And the keyword at noon to give away possibly some money.
All right, let's do that thing. All right, I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan, and the President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com. Tomorrow on our program, it's Tuesday, so we'll do Tad Tuesday. And we were talking earlier this morning about Victor Fiorello. Victor is going to be stopping by tomorrow morning for Philadelphia Magazine, along with Dito, Martha Graham Cracker of the Martha Graham Cracker Cabaret, and they will be in our studio tomorrow, so it should be solid. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.